We're not out of the woods. We have to consider measures which will address the reality of the economy in the future. We want to make sure that Americans have a chance to get back to work and businesses have a chance to survive in this time of COVID-19. By the middle of next year, it's been estimated, and this is not for certain, but I hope it's right. By the middle of next year, all Americans who are seeking a vaccination will be able to receive one. And that will be a day where we can finally hope that we will have reached that magic number of herd immunity and turned the corner on this terrible pandemic. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Take 2 minutes. Take 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Take 2 more minutes.
Senator Schumer for coming to the floor and asking me to say a word or two more. I want to say this about the members of the Senate, both Democrats and Republicans. There has been more activity on the floor of the Senate in the last several days than I have ever seen. And it isn't just roll calls. It's members staying on the floor to discuss the details of this agreement. There were parts we were never going to agree on, that's for sure. But so many times I would step into a conversation on the floor where they'd be hammering out the final details of an agreement. It was heartening. There's been so little of that activity on the floor in the past year or two. It is perilously close to legislating to have members of the Senate and both political parties working toward agreeable language that can solve America's problems. Let's hope we have more of that. Unfortunately, the Senate has drifted away from its traditional role of deliberation and legislation. This year, for example, we have only considered 29 amendments in the entire year in the Senate, absent the impeachment proceeding, 29 amendments. The year before, 2019, 22 amendments. That's a waste of talent. The men and women of the Senate should come together, hopefully on a bipartisan basis, but regardless, should come together to debate the issues of the day and offer their best ideas. And having offered them, be given the chance to vote up or down. I think that appetite is strong on both sides of the aisle. On the Democratic side, Senator Merkley of Oregon has been a leader in discussing changes in the Senate rules, and we've reached out to Republicans as well to engage in that conversation. I think we're a better Senate for it if we do it, and we're a better nation for it if the debate becomes relevant to the issues of the day for the people across America who are watching closely to see if we understand what they're struggling with economically and politically. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
First, I heard the Senator from Illinois' remarks, and it is a hope that we can change the way the Senate operates and do more amendments, do more debating on the floor. We haven't seen much give from some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but hopefully that could and will happen. Now, about the remarks here. Every day, it seems, for the past week or so, I come to the floor ready to talk about the merits of bipartisan legislation we've been drafting, not wanting to be critical at all. And then I listen to the Republican leader. The leader's remarks just about every day this week, as he opens the Senate, have been so nastily partisan and in so many ways false that I have no choice but to correct the record as the Democratic leader. The Republican leader's accusation that the blame for this bill's delay lies totally on one side is just ridiculous. It's Alice in Wonderland thinking. It defies all the facts as to what we have seen. And then his comparison that the agreement we're voting on today and the most recent Republican offer are so similar is absurd. The two bills are nothing alike. And I've had to point that out several times. Now, I have a chart here, and I'd ask unanimous consent it be entered in the record.
Without objection.
I'm just going to read from it. comparing the new bipartisan relief agreement from the December 1st GOP proposal of Leader McConnell. How about direct payments? This bill has $600 per individual, $1,200 per married couple, $600 child dependent. Many of us didn't think that's enough, but it's in the bill. You know how much was in the Republican leader's proposal? Zero. Unemployment insurance. This bill that we're voting on has $300 per week of enhanced UI and other program extensions through March 14th. What does the Republican leader's bill have? Zero enhanced UI. Program extensions end January 31st. This bill has $13 billion in SNAP. Republican leader's bill, zero. This bill has $25 billion in rental assistance. The Republican leader's bill, zero. This bill has $45 billion in transportation for both airlines and mass transit and buses and airports and highways. What does the Republican leader's bill have? Zero. This bill has, very importantly, money for community development financial institutions and majority institutions, $12 billion. What does the Republican leader's bill have? Zero. SBA grants, $20 billion this bill. Republican leader bill, zero. Debt payments and enhancements for SBA, this bill, $5.5 billion. Republican bill, zero. SAMHSA funding for mental health and substance order disabuse, this bill, $4.25 billion. Republican leader bill, zero. NIH COVID research, this bill, $1.25 billion. Republican leader bill, zero. Broadband, so homes can get broadband. This bill, $7 billion. Republican leader bill, zero. The list could go on. There's a dramatic difference between the two bills. And we all know as well that the Republican leader, who blames Democrats for delay, said for several months the Senate should be on pause as Democrats were demanding more action. The Republican leader was unmoved. The Republicans' leader was that 20 Republican senators wanted to do nothing more at all. When he finally proposed legislation, it was completely partisan, insufficient, and littered with poison pills. I forgot to add one thing that was in the leader's bill, but not in this bill. The broad corporate liability immunity provision, which the senator from Illinois tried to straighten out. Another huge difference, a poison pill. So when the leader finally proposed legislation, because of public pressure to do something, it was partisan, no Democratic input, zero, insufficient, much too little in so many areas, as I mentioned, and littered with poison pills designed to ensure the bill would fail. Most notably, a provision to give corporations, no matter how egregious their behavior, sweeping immunity from legal accountability. Leader McConnell said on the floor that for Republicans, corporate immunity was a red line. And he blames Democrats, as he did again today, for why this bill is being debated now. It's just turning truth on its head. It's like Alice in Wonderland. And even in the recent negotiations, the Republican majority made an 11th-hour demand that had nothing to do with helping people during this pandemic, but rather sabotage the incoming Biden administration's recovery efforts and restrict the Federal Reserve's ability to save jobs and right the economy in a time of crisis. Thankfully, the agreement we reached contains neither the leader's corporate immunity provision nor Senator Toomey's last-minute provision to handicap the Fed's authority to stabilize the economy in a crisis. And it will do a whole lot of good besides some of the programs I mentioned. Look, after months of tense and difficult negotiations, we have this agreement. It's not as large as Democrats want. It's certainly larger than what many Republicans want. That's the nature of compromise. It does us no good to end the year with the kind of bitter partisan fighting that has defined too much of the year. In a new session and under a new administration, we can and should do better, because our job is far from over. The bill today is a good bill. Today is a good day. but it is certainly not the end of the story. It cannot be the end of the story. Anyone who thinks this bill is enough doesn't know what's going on in America. Anyone who thinks this bill is enough hasn't heard the desperation in the voices of their constituents, has not looked into the eyes of a small business owner on the brink of ruin. By all rights, there should be direct assistance in this bill for state and local governments. The checks should be larger. While this agreement includes a new and larger forgivable PPP loan for restaurants, we need to do much more for restaurants. We have bipartisan legislation to deliver the relief that's truly needed, the Restaurants Act, that regrettably did not make it into this legislation. We must do all we can to save restaurants, and I will not stop fighting until we pass the Restaurants Act into law. And this bill cannot and will not be the final word on congressional relief from the corona pandemic. This is an emergency survival package. And when we come back in January, our number one job will be to fill in the gaps left by the bill and then get the economy moving with strong federal input. Still, the significance of this package should not be underestimated. It will be the second largest bill, second largest federal input in the history of our country. Second largest amount of federal dollars going to the people ever. The times demand it. Even some of our conservative Republican friends will vote for it. And it's good we have it. For much of the year, it looked unlikely that it would ever get done. And our success today, our ability to pass this bill today, should give us confidence we can do more. We can end the year on a rare note of optimism. Now, Queen Elizabeth every year gives a talk to her subjects about the status of the monarchy, of the British royal family. And in a very challenging year, she called that year Annus Horribilis, a horrible year. Unlike 1992, which was the year Elizabeth referred to with the problems of Charles and Diana, this year has been a annus horribilis, not just for Great Britain and the royal family that she was talking about. It has been an annus horribilis for the entire world. The global COVID-19 pandemic has infected more than 70 million people across the globe. Another 500 million have gone likely undiagnosed. 1.6 million people, 1.6 million, have died, 20% of whom have been Americans, more than 315,000 Americans, more than the entire population of Pittsburgh or St. Louis, more than all the American combat deaths in World War II. The September 11th attacks to my fair city shaped much of the first decade of this century. In 2020, our dear country has suffered the equivalent of a 9/11 attack every day for 106 days in a row. We've lost so much. We have missed holidays and reunions, retirements and graduations, bar mitzvahs and confirmations, weddings and funerals. Trapped in our homes, our companions were isolation and loneliness, and the faint glow of tiny screens. The image of seeing people on a screen watching their loved ones pass away when they can't be with them will stay with us forever. Doctors had to stack iPads in waiting rooms for the end-of-life conversations. How tragic, how awful. Cars lined up bumper to bumper for food assistance. Grandchildren wrapped in protective gear waved goodbye to grandparents. From across the silence of a hospital room, it has been a horrible year, an annus horribilis. And yet, here at the very end, finally, there is hope. Not just one, not just two, but three strong beacons of hope. One, soon many Americans will have the vaccine. 2, Joe Biden will become president. He has the experience and the empathy to handle the COVID crisis and will replace a man who has shown no capacity or even interest in doing so. And 3, we're on the verge of passing another historic bipartisan relief bill to deliver emergency assistance during a time of national emergency. So 3 beacons of hope: the vaccine, a new administration, and a bill that will help in an emergency. Very soon, our country will close the book on the most chaotic president in recent history. Joe Biden, an experienced leader, a person of fundamental human decency, will become the 46th President of the United States. Kamala Harris, my good friend and hardworking colleague, will become the first woman, the first black person, the first Asian American to ascend to the Vice Presidency of the United States. Together, they will return competency and compassion to our government after 4 long years of division and demonization, which far too many people have tolerated and gone along with. And even though this disease has not been vanquished yet, there is light at the end of the tunnel in the form of a vaccine. Everyone should appreciate how miraculous that truly is. It usually takes between 5 and 10 years to develop a new vaccine. 5 to 10 years. It took American doctors, biochemists, and medical researchers less than 10 months to produce not 1, but 2 viable vaccines for the coronavirus. The discovery of a vaccine in a single calendar year is the crowning scientific achievement of the 21st century, the medical Manhattan Project of our times. It's a reminder that when we work together and persevere and sacrifice for one another, nothing is beyond our capacity as a nation. The same resilience and innovation and fortitude that saw our country through its darkest hours has emerged once again. COVID-19 has changed our country, but it has not changed our character. America is the night shift nurse fashioning protective equipment from shoelaces and a sheet of vinyl. America is a restaurant owner who sent meals to the frontline workers for free. America is the home-stitched mask sent to friends and families. It's the metallic clang of pots and pans celebrating essential workers. America is the grocery store clerk and the bus driver and the plasma donor and the lab technician, late at night, poring over the results of a clinical trial. It is the Brooklyn doctor, 62, on the verge of retirement, who for 2 straight weeks worked day shifts at the ICU and night shifts at the nearby hospital before finally succumbing to the disease himself. Last week, the first American, a nurse in Queens, was vaccinated against COVID-19. Many millions will soon follow. Eventually, our businesses will reopen, our economy will reopen, life will reopen. We will travel and worship and send our kids to school and see our friends and be together again. It won't be tomorrow, it won't be next week or even next month, but it will happen. Not because we merely waited long enough, not because we were patient, but because we persevered. Our job right now is to help the country get from this stormy present to that hopeful future, to survive this dark winter until the spring thaws the ice. Our job is to do what's necessary. Pass this bill, pass another stronger bill next year, whatever it takes to hold our country together until we eradicate the awful scourge of this disease. At the end of this annus horribilis, this horrible year, let us give the American people another reason to hope. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
Senate is not in a quorum call.
Mr. President, I am, like many of my colleagues, very pleased that we have reached an agreement on a final COVID relief package, and none too soon. Last week, we celebrated what will hopefully be a turning point in the COVID fight, the first U.S. coronavirus vaccinations. We need to build on that momentum and make sure that vaccine distribution goes swiftly and smoothly so that we can vaccinate as many Americans as possible, as quickly as possible. The COVID relief package will help us achieve that goal by providing important funding for vaccine distribution. It will also provide critical support to Americans to help them weather the rest of the pandemic, including a second round of paycheck protection funding for the hardest-hit small businesses, money to help schools reopen, safely operate so that our kids aren't left behind, and more money for coronavirus treatment and other frontline medical priorities. I'm very pleased, Mr. President, the final package includes my Paycheck Protection for Producers Act, which will help more farmers and ranchers benefit from the Paycheck Protection Program. The bill also includes funding to allow the Department of Agriculture to provide additional assistance to farmers and ranchers. Ag producers were dealing with a challenging agricultural economy even before the pandemic hit, and the coronavirus has only made things tougher. I strongly advocated for including additional funding for farmers and ranchers in this legislation, and I'm very glad that the final bill includes this support. The final package also explicitly makes biofuels like ethanol and biodiesel eligible for USDA assistance at the discretion of the Secretary of Agriculture. Biofuel producers have suffered from the drop in fuel demand during the pandemic, and I hope the Secretary will ensure that they are able to receive assistance which will further help our ag economy recover. Mr. President, I'm very happy that the COVID relief package includes an extension of the Thune-Warner Employer Participation in Repayment Act. The Thune-Warner bill allows employers to make tax-free contributions to their employees' student loans up to $5,250 per year. This is a win for employees who get help paying off their student loans, and it's also a win for employers as they look to attract and retain talented workers. Our bill was included in the CARES Act, the major coronavirus relief legislation we passed in March, but it was scheduled to expire at the end of the year. Under the coronavirus relief package, however, our legislation will be extended for an additional 5 years. The COVID relief package also includes Senator Cornyn's Small Business Expense Protection Act, which I co-sponsored. This legislation will ensure that small businesses that qualify for forgiveness of their Paycheck Protection Program loans can still deduct their ordinary business expenses on their taxes. The relief package also includes legislation I introduced this summer with Senator Enzi that will establish anti-fraud measures within the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program so that we can ensure that the beneficiaries are truly eligible for the program. Mr. President, we've addressed a lot of coronavirus priorities in this relief package, and I'm very pleased that we are finally getting it out the door. Republicans spent months pushing for additional targeted coronavirus relief, and I'm glad that Democrats finally decided that they were ready to work with us in a bipartisan way to arrive at this legislation. Mr. President, the Senate Democrat leader was just here once again attacking Republicans over their failure, the Democrats' failure, to work with us to get a coronavirus relief bill sooner. We passed, or I should say, we brought up on the floor multiple times legislation that could have passed if there had been a little cooperation from the Democrats. And he pointed out that this bill that we're going to be voting on today looks nothing like the Republican bill, which isn't the case. There are a lot of similarities, Mr. President, between the bill that we put on the floor in September and again in October, about $600 billion in targeted relief that address the most fundamental needs that the American people need right now. One is unemployment insurance extension for those who are unemployed. The very amount that is in the bill that we will vote on today was in the Republican bill that we brought to the floor in September and again in October and voted on here. The vaccine money, the money that's out there to help with the vaccines that are going to be so effective in trying to get this pandemic under control, was also in the bill that was on the floor both in September and in October. The relief for small businesses who have been hit hard by this pandemic and have seen their balance sheets and their income statements get depleted by its economic impact also would have been funded with additional Paycheck Protection Program relief in the bill that we brought before the Senate both in September and again in October. That very assistance is included in the legislation that we will vote on today. Money for schools, as I mentioned earlier, to help them reopen safely, something that was in the legislation that we voted on in September, again in October, and is in the legislation that we will vote on today. The only thing that is different, really, substantially different, Mr. President, from what we brought up on the floor back then is the assistant checks that are included in this legislation. And that is something that was a priority. It was a priority for members on the Republican side. It was a priority for members on the Democrat side. It was a priority for the White House. And so it ended up being included in this and hopefully will provide some much-needed relief to people across this country who have been struggling with their personal finances and their family finances through the pandemic. So those are all things, Mr. President, that we have discussed and debated previously, and I would point out that contrary to the assertions made by the Democratic leader just now, there were numerous attempts to try and move this legislation previously. Now, it's fair to say that the House of Representatives did send the Senate a $3.4 trillion package, which was bloated and included lots of non-pandemic, non-coronavirus relief-related items, things that were on their liberal wish list, and that wasn't realistic, and they knew it. That was a campaign document designed to try and help them at the time win an election. But I'm glad, Mr. President, they have decided to get down and negotiate in a serious way, because the number that we are going to be passing today, a little under $1 trillion, about $900 billion, is very close to what Republicans put on the floor in September and again in October. It's a far cry from the $3.4 trillion bloated bill that the Democrats sent over from the House and the Democrats here in the Senate tried to advance and suggested that that should be what the Senate should vote on. Mr. President, we have said all along, we need to address this in a targeted way, a fiscally responsible way, a way that recognizes the most critical needs out there, both on the health care front and also on the economic front. And we have moved aggressively to address those needs, not once, but twice. Legislation, a real bill brought to the floor, which received a majority vote in the United States Senate. 52 United States senators in September and again in October voted here on the floor of the United States Senate to do the very things that I just mentioned. But it was blocked from even being considered by the Senate Democrats. As we all know, here in the Senate, it requires 60 votes to invoke cloture. It's a procedural motion to get on a bill. The Senate Democrats gave us no support to even get on the bill. And so, as a consequence, even though there was a majority support, 52 United States senators voting in favor of getting on and debating the bill because the Democrats blocked it, we didn't even have an opportunity to debate it. Not even to get on it, Mr. President, let alone offer amendments and have a discussion and a conversation and work on legislation. If they had objections to it or things they wanted to improve or things they wanted to make better, they would have had an opportunity to do that if we had simply been able to get on the bill. And so we are where we are today at this late hour in the year, Mr. President, December the 21st, Christmas week, doing this now because they didn't want to do it earlier. And some have publicly acknowledged that one of the reasons they didn't want to do it earlier is because there was a campaign underway. And they had hoped that there would be a new president, an opportunity to do it their way later. But nevertheless, Mr. President, we have before us now finally, at long last, a piece of legislation that addresses the most critical needs that are out there. And it is very similar in many ways, both in terms of the substance, the content, the features of the bill, and the overall price tag to what Republicans have brought on the floor of the United States Senate previously. And so I'm glad that we're finally going to get this done, but I absolutely disagree with the statements that were made earlier by the Democrat leader because they don't reflect reality. In fact, they don't reflect anything close to reality about what's been happening here in this chamber over the past several months when it comes to trying to provide much needed relief to the American people who are suffering from this pandemic. Mr. President, there are a couple of things that I would just mention briefly that aren't included in the bill, and I wish they were. I'm sorry that I have a bill called the Remote and Mobile Worker Relief Act was not included in the final bill. It's bipartisan legislation. It would have prevented unexpected tax bills and tax complications for medical professionals who traveled to other states to help during the pandemic, and for Americans who work from home to help slow the virus's spread. It's unfortunate that opposition from a handful of states with aggressive taxation policies like the Senate Democrat leader's home state of New York has so far prevented legislation like mine from getting through Congress. But, Mr. President, I will continue to fight for tax relief for remote and mobile workers. Mr. President, it's been a difficult year for our country. There are way too many virus infections, way too many hospitalizations, way too many people who have lost loved ones from this dreaded virus. It's affected people in so many ways: their health, their confidence, their economic standing and status, their mental health. There's just so many effects of this, Mr. President, and this winter is likely to be very challenging. But the encouraging news is there is light at the end of the tunnel. There's a vaccine out there that will get more widely out there. And thanks to the resources that we put into the first coronavirus bill, the CARES bill that passed last March, those vaccines have been moving forward at record speed, 5 times faster than any vaccine in history. Light is at the end of the tunnel, Mr. President. The vaccines are coming. They're going to be proven to be very effective. And there is additional funding in this particular legislation that we will vote on today to make sure that it gets distributed as quickly as possible. We're going to make it through this, and I look forward to sending the additional relief that's included in this legislation that we will move through the Senate today and put on the President's desk where he can sign it into law. I look forward to seeing that additional relief get out to the American people. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to honor the life and service of Concord, North Carolina police officer Jason Shuping, who was tragically killed in the line of duty this week. Officer Shuping was only 25 years old and had served the Concord Police Department for 1.5 years with honor and distinction. Officer Shuping and Officer Caleb Robinson were responding to a 911 call for a car crash and an attempted carjacking. Officer Shuping and Robinson located the suspect and were prepared to bring him to justice. However, when Officer Shuping, Officer Robinson, and a third ALE officer approached, the suspect immediately began opening fire. Officers Shuping and Robinson were both shot. Additional officers arrived on the scene and took out the suspect. While Officer Robinson is fortunately expected to make a recovery, Officer Shuping tragically passed away from his injuries. Jason Shuping was an outstanding police officer who courageously ran to danger to protect residents of Concord. He was also a loving son and a husband to his wife, Haley. He was active in his community since his childhood. He attended East Rowan High School in Salisbury, and he was an honor student and track and field athlete at UNC Pembroke. He was a young man with a bright future ahead of him, described by those who knew him as a gentle soul who made an impact. His hometown paper, the Salisbury Post, noted, whether it was staying after practice to provide coaching to a youngster or coming back home from college to play the handbell at his church's ensemble, you could always count on Jason Shuping. It's no surprise to see the outpouring of love coming from our community of Concord to honor his life and service. There's been a candlelight vigil and a touching law enforcement escort that brought many residents and a long line of American flags proudly displayed. As we gather with our families this Christmas, my thoughts and prayers will be with the family of Officer Shuping. as well as the families of Mount Holly Police Officer Tyler Herndon and Nash County Deputy Sheriff Jared Allison, who also lost their lives this month in the line of duty. Those families are going through an unimaginable period of grief, but they should know that the people of North Carolina are forever grateful for the selfless service of their loved ones. And I will never forget the ultimate sacrifice that they made in answering the call to protect others. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today to thank all of my colleagues who worked so hard on the bill that is coming to the floor today, the pandemic relief package. And we know all the top priorities in there, the vaccine distribution, and I want to thank Senator Schumer and leaders and those on both sides of the aisle that put more funding into that. I want to thank the group that has worked so hard on this agreement and this negotiation, and the Senate for their work, including Senator Manchin and Senator Romney and Senator Warner and Senators Shaheen and Hassan and Senator Durbin, as well as all of their Republican colleagues, Senator Collins and Murkowski, Senator Cassidy, that worked so hard on this original agreement with many others that joined in as well. This bill contains such important priorities, including unemployment and help to our hospitals and help to our rural areas, housing, rent, small businesses, unemployment, the direct checks. I think we all know that there's more work to be done, including next year, including for our cities and our states. But it is so important that we get this done by the end of the year. And I wanted to focus on something that I've worked on for quite a while with Senator Cornyn from Texas. We've done this on a bipartisan basis from the beginning, and it's the Save Our Stages Act. And when we first introduced it in July, we knew that it was going to be a long road. And we also knew that the only way we would get this done is by sticking together as a team and by working with other members of Congress from red and blue states. And by the end, as this bill is included in full in this package, we had 57 senators that sponsored this bill out of 100, with many more supporting it. We had over 200 House members. We worked so hard to make this about America and American music and American theater and American culture. We all know that you can't go stand in a mosh pit in the middle of a pandemic. These live entertainment venues were among the first businesses to close, and they will almost certainly be among the last to reopen. And this was about, yes, Nashville and New York, but it was just as much about the Fargo Theater or a small country music venue in Texas. And while we see the light at the end of the tunnel with the vaccines, we know that it will be quite a while before these businesses, which operate on such thin margins as it is, can keep going. And I think we also know the importance of the arts and music, not only as a cultural icon in America, but also as an economic driver. It's one of our #1 exports when you combine all of it. And the fact that we were able to stick together with not only the nitty-gritty of this bill and this coalition and actually add partners and as we went along is a tribute to all the musicians out there, all the venues, all the lighting operators, all the truckers, everyone that came together and said, we're going to get this done. Because I know when Senator Cornyn and I first introduced it, people kind of pat us on the head and say, oh, this sounds nice. But I think when people started to hear the facts and how much this mattered to economies in even small towns, it made a difference. And in the end, to quote Minnesota's own Bob Dylan from Times They Are Changing, when he says, come senators, congressmen, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway. Don't block the hall. No one blocked the hall. And I want to thank my colleagues, and I want to especially thank the Senator Cornyn. We've led many bills together, and we had to go back and forth a lot. I want to thank Dana Frank, who is the head of First Avenue in Minnesota, made famous, of course, by Prince. Prince wouldn't be Prince if not for First Avenue. Everyone in our state, when they think about First Avenue, they think about Prince. And she is the head of the National Venue Association. She called me one night in the beginning of the pandemic and said, I just can't make it through this without some help. And they got a PPP loan, but that was not enough for these venues because of the unique circumstance where they cannot partially open. You can't go to a theater right now and sit elbow to elbow with your friends and family. I also want to thank my legislative director, Doug Kalidas, who has worked on this from the beginning, including all the last month late-night negotiations, and did a wonderful job. I want to thank Senator Schumer, McConnell, Pelosi, Representative Pelosi, Speaker Pelosi, and Representative McCarthy, Leader McCarthy, for getting this over the finish line. Senator McConnell for putting it in his original bill, and then Senator Schumer, who cares so much about this because of all of the great music and acts and everything coming out of New York State. And it was certainly very, very helpful, and that would put it mildly, to have Senator Schumer in the room where it happens, where the last negotiations were made. I also want to thank Senator Shaheen and Collins, who worked on this in the original negotiation, and Senator Cardin and Rubio with the Small Business Committee, who made this a priority. And then finally, our House authors, our bipartisan House authors, Senator Welch, Representative Welch and Representative Williams for their work. So how this works. The Small Business Administration will create a new $15 billion grant program to help venues cover 6 months of expenses and make it through this pandemic. We're very hopeful that once the summer comes, that we're going to see more and more openings because of the vaccines, because of what I hope will be, with the new administration, an increased emphasis on testing, and that we'll see more and more venues be able to open. The grants can be used to cover all the major costs the venues have to pay to stay in business, including rent and mortgage, utilities, employee wages, key, benefits, maintenance costs, state and local taxes, payments to contractors, purchases of protective equipment. Venues that are at the greatest risk of closing, and sadly we've already lost a number of our venues, will have priority access to the majority of the grant funding. All venues will be able to apply within 4 weeks of the program's launch with the Small Business Administration, but in the first 2 weeks, those venues that have suffered 90% revenue loss over the year before will be the first to be able to apply for these grants. So we don't want to be in Congress to let the music die, and we don't want that to happen to any of our other places of culture in America either. That's why over the last month or so we have worked with the museums and with the zoos, and I want to especially thank Senator Schumer for his work on that, as well as Senator Blunt and many others who worked with us. And we wanted to make sure, and as well as the movie theaters, we wanted to make sure that if we expanded our coalition, that we didn't hurt the originals, which were these small theaters and small music venues across the country. We did not do this. because this new program will be a lifeline for small entertainment venues across the country, like First Avenue, like the Blue Stem Amphitheater in Moorhead, Minnesota. It will also help the millions of Americans who work behind the scenes and who have been sidelined, from the engineers and truck drivers to the ticket takers and the designers and the spot operators. It will help revive the local economies of neighborhoods and small towns across this nation. It is not every day that a coalition sticks together from beginning to end, that they've kept with their original purpose, haven't been picked off, haven't gotten in infighting, but this group did it. And maybe it's because so many Americans at home right now cherish music and entertainment and that part of America like they've never done. But they're watching things alone. They're listening to concerts by themselves. They're listening to them with their iPhones, or they're listening to them on their computers, and it's not quite the same. And we also know all of these artists that don't exactly get a big boost up by themselves with huge funding when they first start out. So many of them start at these little venues, a country music band playing at that Blue Stem Amphitheater, a little local theater troupe trying out a new play in Lanesboro, Minnesota. They can't do it without these venues. So today we celebrate the fact that we held together. And not only are we passing this bill as part of this package, we actually brought in friends and we brought in partners, and we made it even a bigger deal than it was to begin with. So as I began by quoting the great Bob Dylan from Minnesota, I will end. He once said, "Well, I sing by night, wander by day. I'm on the road, and it looks like I'm here to stay." Finally, we are reaching out to this group of employees and these businesses and say, we want you to be here to stay. So thank you to Save Our Stages and all of our colleagues that worked so hard on this, and special thanks to my friend Senator Cornyn. Again, when we did this, we didn't know if we would be able to mount this grassroots effort, but it happened because artists and fans just wouldn't give up. So thank you very much, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank, first of all, the preceding speaker, Senator Klobuchar, for her efforts to help those venues and those entertainment areas that have, at this point, been left out. I certainly have some of those in West Virginia, and I'm pleased to say that the coronavirus package that we're putting together today will help those folks and hopefully get them over the hump. Before I begin, I would like to wish everybody as much as they can a happy holiday, a joyful new year. Turning the page of 2020 is something I think we're all pretty anxious to do. And it seems like sometimes it seems like the longest year, and sometimes it seems like the shortest year. But it definitely seems like Groundhog Day a lot of the year. So I am very pleased that we have this relief package in front of us. While I'm glad that agreement has been reached, we certainly should have done this earlier and could have done this earlier. We have been working since July to deliver targeted additional relief through efforts such as we put forward in the CARES Act. And it's been voted down twice, once in September, once in October. To date, we, the Republicans, have offered targeted relief legislation, voted in favor of enhanced employment benefits, more money for our schools, which would have been great to have early September and should have had early September. We voted in favor of standalone emergency funding for the Paycheck Protection Program, which we know is exceedingly important, more dollars for vaccine and testing so that we can get the great news of the vaccine that we see coming forward out to everybody in this country. And we've offered all kinds of ideas to the other side, but they blocked it. All of this. And I'm glad to say that after all this, we have finally joined together, realizing that yes, a deal is better than no deal. Last week, unfortunately, a very good friend of mine passed away after battling the coronavirus. At one point in her life, she was a small business owner. And I've thought so much about her over the last several weeks. And I thought, what would she say when she knew that months ago, as a small business owner, we could have delivered the same help to her that we're delivering today? We have got to do better by the people that we represent. It is disappointing that the politics have gotten into the way. It's disappointing and, quite frankly, insulting in my view when I see the Speaker of the House admitting to holding out on this relief because she thought it would be beneficial politically in the end. We can do much better than this. I'm also a proud member of the Appropriations Committee, and we've worked hard to get these funds and resources where they are most needed, especially in a year like this one. But due to delays, critically needed resources to combat the opioid epidemic have had to wait. Investments to improve broadband have had to wait. Research dollars into Alzheimer's have had to wait, and the list goes on. This is so frustrating to me, as it should be to every American. And I know they're frustrated because they tell us they are. But here now, we were able to include funds for things that are important to me in my state of West Virginia, things such as fossil energy research, our universities, and the many federal facilities that call West Virginia home. I encourage my colleagues to support this important legislation that reflects our nation's priorities and funds the government, which is our responsibility as members of Congress. Within the Omnibus Appropriations Act is the FY21 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. I chair that subcommittee, and it was with great pride that I can report to the American people and to West Virginians that this title invests billions of dollars to protect our homeland. We maintain our commitment to border security through a border wall system to include physical barriers and enhanced technologies. We avoided a drastic cut to our cybersecurity capabilities that we see we need more now, more than ever, after all of the reports and the vicious cyber attack that we saw launched, that we uncovered, that has been launched against many of those in our country, not just government, but private sector as well. And we continue our commitment to use every resource at our disposal in the effort to prevent those opioids that are killing our people. And we see the overdoses going up and the deaths from overdose going up during this pandemic. We try to get the resources to our Homeland Security folks to prevent those drugs from entering this country at all. The men and women of the Department of Homeland Security work constantly against threats both old and new, traditional and emerging, and deserve the support this legislation gives them. So while this is great news in the end, I'll repeat what I said earlier, and that is Congress can do better. We could have done this earlier, and it should have been done earlier. So there's no reason we should be standing here several days before Christmas discussing the items that were ready to go several months ago. But we are where we are as we turn the page gleefully into 2021. I think we should all pledge to one another and to the country that we will do better. We will work better with each other and prevent the politics from infecting every decision that could positively impact so many people in this country. And lastly, I'd give a hat tip to my friend, who I will miss seeing, and who was a great friend to our family, longtime friend of our family, Godspeed. And I know she's dancing up there with her mom and dad because they love to dance. Thank you.
Senator from Kentucky.
Republicans like to mock modern monetary theory, the idea that government can print money with impunity, that government can spend whatever it wants without the need to tax. Modern monetary theory is basically the Dick Cheney deficits don't matter crowd, trussed up with a new fancy title. Most Republicans rightly lampoon this quackery, that is, when they're not practicing the quackery themselves. Today, many of these same Republicans will vote for a bill that makes modern monetary theory look like child's play in comparison. The monster spending bill presented today is not just a deficits don't matter disaster, it is everything Republicans say they don't believe in. This bill is free money for everyone. Proponents don't care if you're fully employed or own your own house or own your own business. Free money for everyone, they cry. And yet, if free money were the answer, if money really grew on trees, why not give more free money? Why not give it out all the time? Why stop at $600 a person? Why not $1,000? Why not $2,000? Maybe these new free money Republicans should join the Everybody Gets a Guaranteed Income caucus. Why not $20,000 a year for everybody? Why not $30,000? If we can print up money with impunity, why not do it? The Treasury can just keep printing the money. That is, until someone points out that the emperor has no clothes and that the dollar no longer has value. To so-called conservatives who are quick to identify the socialism of Democrats, if you vote for this spending monstrosity, you are no better. When you vote to pass out free money, you lose your soul and you abandon forever any semblance of moral or fiscal integrity. So the next time you see Republicans in high moral dudgeon claiming and complaining about spending of Democrats and socialism, remind them if they supported this monstrous bill that really the difference between the parties is less Adam Smith versus Marx and more Marx versus Engels. How bad is our fiscal situation? Well, the federal government brought in $3.3 trillion last year and spent $6.6 trillion. The deficit last year, a record-busting $3.3 trillion. If you're looking for more COVID bailout money, we don't have any. The coffers are bare. We have no rainy day fund. We have no savings account. Congress has spent all the money long ago. The economic damage from this pandemic is not the reason for this runaway spending. This spending's been going on for decades. Every year, even before we get to all the extra COVID-free money, we've been spending $1 trillion we don't have. Today's money is gone. So Congress is spending tomorrow's money. The spending chart is a red line of red ink that goes on forever. When we talk about spending tomorrow's money, it's not just the money that we need next month, it's the money we might need in a decade. It's the money we will need in 1, 2, 3 generations from now. For national defense, for infrastructure. This is the money that your children and your grandchildren will pay back with interest. The deficit doubling and tripling. Under George Bush, it went from $5 trillion to $10 trillion. Under President Obama, it went from 10 to 20 trillion. We're now at 27 trillion, but we're adding it at $1 trillion a year before we get to this COVID budget-busting bailout. Every tax-paying American already owes over $136,000, and they're staring at projections into the future that show no end. We are $27 trillion in debt today. How do we expect a child to have the economic opportunity when this crushing debt is their inheritance from Congress? The numbers are mind-boggling. It's hard to conceive of what $1 billion is, much less $1 trillion. How big is $1 billion? Well, 1 billion seconds ago was 1988, and Reagan was president. 1 billion minutes ago, Jesus walked the shore of the Sea of Galilee. 1 billion hours ago, man still lived in caves. But $1 billion ago was just 80 minutes ago. $1 billion ago, at the rate Congress spends money, was just 80 minutes ago. All of this should be setting off alarm bells. But the only alarm bells in Congress are sounding the alarm for more spending and more debt. No cuts, no offsets, no pay-fors, no prioritization. Just print it up. Print up more money and give it out to everybody because it's free money. Come and get yours. Well, the getting's good, but it leads to a mountain of debt. Spend all this money and leave the future to figure itself out. John Maynard Keynes was once asked, what about the long run? He said, in the short run, you can make a stimulus, you can print money, and you can give it to everybody. And Maynard Keynes, his response was, in the long run, we'll all be dead. No concern for the future, only for the immediate. Our budget deficit for 2020 was $3.3 trillion, but this new spending package will also give us another $2 trillion in the next fiscal year. By refusing to acknowledge the debt crisis, we are only hastening the day of economic reckoning. Total debt was 55% of GDP just 20 years ago. Today, it's 128% of GDP. So our total debt is more than our GDP, 128% of our GDP. The World Bank estimates there's a tipping point of debt to GDP at about 77%. Every percentage point costs another tenth or so of economic growth. So every year we're giving up somewhere between 5 to 8% of growth every year because of this burden of debt. This is thousands of jobs every year, tens of thousands of jobs that we lose because of this burden of debt. We are borrowing and worsening this debt crisis in part because too many governors and mayors have imposed heavy-handed restrictions that crush business. It isn't the pandemic that's killing the economy, it's the government's overzealous response that is killing the economy. The pandemic itself was disrupted, but Congress is being asked to help perpetuate these lockdowns. The more money we give to the states, the more they keep us in lockdown. Every bailout dollar printed and passed out to the governors only allows these tin-pot dictators to perpetuate the lockdowns. Their rules are arbitrary and unscientific. Governors and mayors across the country are picking winners and losers. Businesses, some that have been in families for generations, are being wiped out because they're not allowed to open. Restaurants have to close their doors for indoor dining, but then they get told they can open at limited capacity. But then they are told they have to close again. And then they get told they can open outside, and then they're told they can't open outside. Confusing doesn't even explain the half of it. Bars are told that they can only serve alcohol if people are sitting and not standing, and only if they have heavy foods on their menus. Restaurants are told they can serve outdoors, then they have their permission revoked after they've sunk time and money converting their restaurant to outdoor services. But a caterer is told they can still serve outside. Businesses are told they have to close at an arbitrary time determined by government officials as though the virus only comes out late at night. A business in one zip code can open, but one in an adjoining zip code across the street has to close, as if the virus can't cross an imaginary line. Airlines are allowed to fly, but hotels have to limit their occupancy, so you may not have anywhere to stay when you get there. Mom and pop stores and specialty stores are forced to close, but big box store competitors are allowed to stay open. How is any business expected to survive with this kind of arbitrary regulation that changes from day to day? Meanwhile, many schools remain closed, despite overwhelming evidence showing kids can learn safely in person. Which means parents can't go to work, which forces parents to leave their jobs and take care of homebound kids. Now, they have no income because the government forced them to leave their jobs to take care of their kids, and many kids are struggling with this improvised virtual school. The need for help is real. I hear it every day from Kentuckians and across the country. But it's clear that government has worsened the economic damage and acted as the biggest obstacle to economic recovery. There is no free money that can get us out of this situation. The only thing that can save us is to open the economy. If we give these tin-pot dictators, these governors, more money, they're less likely to open the economy. The answer is not printing up and distributing free money. It's opening the economy. We're not even debating the real answer to this. We're like, just print up the money and shovel it out the door. The deficit be damned. The threat of the destruction of our currency be damned. We can choose to let our economies open with guidance and precautions, but not obstruction. Let people rebuild their livelihoods. Reopen our schools so our kids can return and parents can go back to work. Congress should do away with automatic spending increases and scrutinize where in the budget we can find savings to pay for the pressing needs arising from the pandemic. But we shouldn't simply print up money and pass it out to everyone. Or Congress can follow the status quo. Congress can continue to borrow from our kids, the same children we've locked out of our schools. Congress can keep enabling and shutting down businesses by force, spend all of today's money and all of tomorrow's money, and then good luck. Good luck figuring out how to pay for all of this massive debt. It doesn't have to be this way. There is another alternative that won't be debated, and that alternative is open the economy. It's not too late to change our course. Cut unnecessary spending, eliminate waste, stop fighting a $50 billion a year war in Afghanistan that hasn't had a military mission in at least a decade. Make the hard decisions now. We can't keep pretending that more debt is a sustainable policy course. Leadership is not passing on the problem to someone who can't protest. Leadership is making the hard choices now. This is what we have to do. I will oppose this new debt, and I will continue to sound the alarm until we change our course. Our country can be saved. We can survive this if we pull together, but adding more debt is a mistake. It is not the solution, and we should resist it. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
The senator from Vermont.
President, I see we are not in a quorum call, and I was planning to speak in a few minutes, but in the news, things have been filed now appropriately. Let me speak in my role not only as the senator from Vermont, but as the vice chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee. We've had months of delay, painstaking negotiations. Sometimes those negotiations have gone all weekend long till midnight, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. But this afternoon we have before us a spending package. It includes all 12 appropriations bills for fiscal year 2021. It also includes a vitally important COVID relief package. Those are the numbers, the figures, but let's talk about what it means. It provides funding for programs that are critically important to the American people. And I'd like to see it swiftly passed on the President's desk. After all, it's not like we're suddenly rushing things. We're 2 months and 20 days into the fiscal year. It'd be absolutely outrageous if we delayed further. Now, as Vice Chairman of the Appropriations Committee, I worked hard to reach agreement on this omnibus appropriations bill. They'll fund the federal government through the remainder of the fiscal year without relying on a long-term continuing resolution, as has sometimes been done in the past. That was not an easy task. The budget caps were very lean this year, and we had to stay within those. They provided a less than 1% increase in non-defense discretionary spending, and that's to meet the needs of a nation that's reeling from the worst public health pandemic in a century. Now, under normal circumstances, that would be difficult. But it's made even more difficult because of the global health and economic crisis we face. But notwithstanding that tight top line, we produced a bill that provides important increases in programs that serve the American people and invest in our economy. And I think a bill finally drives a stake through the heart of the administration's effort to substantially diminish the role of government in helping Americans in need and in promoting economic growth. Now, we all know that President Trump's first budget proposed to substantially diminish the role of government. He wanted to cut non-defense spending by 9% in fiscal 2018, 18% by 2021. He wanted to completely eliminate programs millions of Americans rely on every day. The 4 years, Congress, leading Republicans and Democrats, came together, and we rejected these ill-conceived, arbitrary, and reckless cuts. And this year, I'll say to my colleagues, those who worked hard with us on the Democratic side, the Republican side, who came together on this, those especially who worked hard with us in the Appropriations Committee, we're going to do the same in rejecting these arbitrary cuts. Now, this agreement is a product of weeks of hard work and compromise. It's not the bill I would have written on my own. It includes things I support, and I must admit some things I oppose. But that's often the way legislation is. No one senator gets everything that he or she wants. But together, we can get things that the country wants. An unbalanced passage of this bill is unquestionably in the interest of the American people. Let me talk about some of the things. The omnibus spending bill includes increases for education and early childhood programs. It provides more funding for substance abuse and mental health services. And I think every one of us know from what we hear from back home, these services are of utmost importance in these extremely difficult times. It provides more for food assistance programs, both here and abroad. Assistance is desperately needed as many families struggle to survive during this pandemic. It includes increases for housing and homelessness services to help those that are the most vulnerable. These are all programs that my fellow Democrats fought hard to include. Now, I support this agreement. As I said, I appreciate those who have worked with us, weekends, holidays, after midnight, so many nights, but I'm deeply disappointed that the Congress is so unforgivably late in completing our work. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever why this bill could not have been finished months ago. Now, I thank Chairman Shelby and Chairwoman Loy and Ranking Member Granger for their cooperation and partnership. We worked through our differences on the omnibus spending bill. As a Big Four, we realized we had to balance the needs and requests of all our members. I urge all members to support it. As for the omnibus, now before us today is the much delayed COVID relief package. It too is the product of bipartisan compromise. And while it falls short in some critical areas, I support the agreement. It's also long overdue. The American people have been waiting for help for far too long. And I worried that our Republican leadership took a wait-and-see approach. We were ready to go on this way last summer, but for 270 days, Majority Leader McConnell and the Senate Republicans have blocked every reasonable effort to provide desperately needed relief, even as members of their party said quietly, "We wish we could do something." Now, this package is far from perfect, but time is not on our side. We cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's look at what the good things are in here. It provides much-needed investments in our economy with support for small businesses. Small businesses like those in my state of Vermont or those in the state of the presiding officer or anybody else here. It provides relief for unemployed workers by extending unemployment benefits into March. It makes investments in vaccine production and distribution. It supports health providers and educators and farmers and transportation providers. It provides critical investments to expand broadband in rural and low-income areas, access which is vitally important in these difficult times when many schools and many businesses are operating remotely. It includes another round of direct payments to millions of Americans who are still struggling to pay their mortgage or their rent and feed their families and heat their homes and meet their monthly obligations. Many can't do all those things. Now they'll at least get help. And I urge that this bill also includes $4 billion in emergency funding for the Gavi Alliance. Let me explain that. And I appreciate those senators who supported me on that money, the emergency funding for Gavi. This is for the procurement and delivery of vaccines to countries around the world whose rudimentary public health systems are being overwhelmed by COVID-19, whose economies are in free fall due to the virus. We cannot defeat this global pandemic, and international travel and commerce will not recover without fighting the virus overseas. Just as we did during the Obama administration. We were faced with Ebola. The administration and the Congress came together and said, Sure, we'll protect here in the United States, but we'll also work at getting rid of it in other countries, because if it flourishes in another country, it's an airplane trip away from our country. So I support the package, but I want to be very clear. This COVID bill is only a first step. We have to do more. Vermonters and the American people need more. The direct payments included in this package are a fraction of what we should have provided, given the dire financial situation of millions of people across this nation. People are hungry. Unemployment continues to plague our economies. We should have acted months ago. But let's at least act on this today. Families are struggling to pay their rent and put food on their table. I'll continue to fight for more. I've made hundreds of phone calls around my own state of Vermont. I've talked to people that I've never met, but I know that there are people who are typical of Vermonters, but they'd be typical of people in any one of the states we represent. And I hear the fear in their voice. I hear the concern they have. In the middle of the winter, as snow is coming down, do we heat or do we eat? How many meals should we as parents go without so we can make sure our children are fed? How are our children going to go do school if they're hungry? And I look at state and local governments. Around the country, they've laid off over 1,300,000 teachers, first responders, and other employees since March. They need our help. And sometimes things we don't talk about. Rates of spousal abuse and child abuse have increased during the crisis. We should be providing funds for the Violence Against Women Act and child abuse prevention grants. Just as Republicans and Democrats joined me a few years ago, when I greatly expanded, with the help of Senator Mike Crapo in a bipartisan fashion, the Violence Against Women Act, and the things we did. And none of us, even at that time, could have conceived of the crises we're facing now in the country. In my state, Vermonters are facing the coldest, darkest months of winter. They're struggling to heat their homes. Their families need help paying their utility bills through the LIHEAP program, and we'll help that program. You know, when it's 20 degrees below zero, and you've had 15 inches of snow overnight, you can't really look at this as an abstract thing and say, golly, maybe we should have a program to heat our home. You're going to die if you don't. And we're finally making progress in delivering a vaccine to the American people, but the pandemic is far from over. We know that notwithstanding a lot of the things said about this is on its way, everybody's going to get one, there are huge gaps in all parts of our country in getting the virus to them. And I'll be the first at the negotiating table to work with President Biden and the 117th Congress to address the many needs that remain unmet in this bill. Now, the House will send this bill over to us. I would urge all members to vote aye when it comes here. Again, I have to look back at the history of this body. I have to look at the people who have worked so hard on so many things over the years. And I know that we have people in both parties that try to address the needs of our country. And I don't say this with pleasure, but with sadness. I'm the Dean of the United States Senate. Next year, I'll start my 47th year in this body. I've seen us come together at a time when it's needed. But then I've seen one of the greatest needs I've seen in my years in the Senate that we ignored for month after month after month. all of this could have been done in July or August or September or October or November, not the very last minute. And why didn't we? We had to take time. We had to take time breaking all tradition, all the promises that have been given by the other side. We had to take time to move one special interest supported judge after another to lifetime jobs where they'll be paid well. They don't have to worry about paying their bills. In all 50 of our states, we had people who were being tossed out of their homes, tossed out of their apartments, lost their jobs, unable to feed their children, with the fear and the anxiety a parent has in telling a child, no, I don't know what tomorrow will be like. I don't know what next month will be like. We'll pray and we'll hope, but I don't know. You know, we could have stopped that anxiety in June when the House bill came over here, or in July, or in August, or in September, or in October, or November. We're doing some of it now. But I'd ask every senator to search their conscience. Wouldn't it have been better if all of us on both sides had stood up and said, put everything else aside. Put aside all the special interest nominations. Put that aside. And let's care for the one special interest we should have. That's the American people. Care for those men and women who elected us at either party, who rely on us. I've never seen this country so split apart, or having such fear, except for a privileged few, and maybe that includes us. Well, I'm not here to represent me. I'm here to represent over 600,000 Vermonters, to fulfill my oath to the whole country, 320 million Americans. And what we should be doing is saying, never again will we let these kind of partisan politics slow up and not allow us to go forward. We know, and it's easy to say now, we should have taken the bill that came from the House of Representatives last summer, brought up on the floor. Anybody didn't like it, file an amendment to change it. Vote for it or vote against it. Vote for or against the amendments you might bring up. That's what we usually do. I know how to vote. I voted over 16,000 times. Why don't we just vote? If we had done that this summer, it may not be a perfect bill, but it would be better than where we are. Every member, Republican, Democrat alike, would have had a chance to bring up their amendment. They could have made their case. They either win or they lose. We'd go to the committee conference, we'd have the bill done. I say all this not to just be a technocrat on what needs to be done, but to say this is how you reflect the needs of the American people. When we faced the threat of Ebola in the last administration, we stood together, both parties. We helped the countries that were suffering from Ebola, and in doing so, we protected the United States of America, and we helped those in this country that might face it. That was a shining moment. That was a moment of America at its best. This is not. I do hope we can do better next year. I know as senior Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, I will fight to do better. But I also use what voice and what example I might give as Dean of the Senate to say to both parties, Here's what we do. I think of such examples when Bob Dole, one of the best leaders this Senate had, a Republican, came together with Senator Pat Moynihan, one of the most brilliant senators I've served with, a Democrat. And that Republican Democrat came together, set aside their philosophical differences, cared for the country, and saved Social Security. I could give so many more examples. But that's when the Senate acted as the conscience of the nation. And how did it do that? It appealed to our conscience. I just use that one example because people said that they couldn't possibly do the things, difficult things necessary to save Social Security. Democrats wouldn't give this and Republicans wouldn't give that. And instead you had two senators of conscience said, we can do it. Let's do it. And then let's use our leadership and our conscience to bring others together. And that distinguished Republican, Senator Robert Dole, that distinguished Democrat, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, came together and we saved Social Security. And those of us in the Senate in both parties who voted for the final package knew we were going to have to vote for some things that would be unpopular with constituencies. But instead of worrying about special interests or single issue constituencies, we worried about the men and women of our states and what they would face if we didn't come together. And that's what we voted for, and we saved it. And I sometimes say that senators are merely constitutional impediments to their staffs, but we could not do the work we do without the staff. And I want to thank the staff who worked tirelessly to produce the bill. And by tirelessly, I mean till after midnight many nights and weekends and holidays. And when the rest of the Senate had gone home, they were still working. I know, because much of that time, I'd be on the phone with them, I'd be working with them, and finally I'd say, it's so late at night, everybody should go to bed. And when I woke up in the morning, there'd be a memo sent to me at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, because they kept on working. So I thank Chuck Kiefer, Shannon Paterni, Jessica Berry, Diane Neller, Jean Tolison, Eric Raven, Doug Clapp, Ellen Murray, Scott Nance, Rachel Taylor, Alex Keenan, Michelle Dominiquez, Tim Reeser, Dabney Haig, and all the staff of the Senate Appropriations Committee on both bills. And I would thank Chairman Shelby's staff, Shannon Hines, Jonathan Graffield, and David Atkins. Normally, senators at this time might put these names just in the record. I wanted to say them out loud on the floor because they should hear their names said out loud and know how much I appreciate what they've done, not just for the United States Senate, but for the United States of America. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
The senator from Florida.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to encourage all Americans to join the fight to support our nation and our jobs and stand up against the growing threat of Communist China. I've been saying it for months. Buying American products is the #1 thing we can do to support American jobs and stand up to our foreign adversaries. There's a new Cold War occurring between the United States and Communist China, and we must be crystal clear about the negative impacts of continuing to buy Chinese-made products. General Secretary Xi is a dictator and human rights violator. He is yet another communist leader trying to be the dominant world power. The Communist Party of China is stripping the people of Hong Kong of their freedoms, as the presiding officer experienced when he was over there, cracking down on dissidents, militarizing the South China Sea, supporting Maduro's genocide in Venezuela, surveilling its citizens, and imprisoning more than 1 million Uyghurs in internment camps simply because of their religion. Communist China is stealing American jobs and technology and spying on our citizens. Is this the kind of nation we want to be sending our money to? Absolutely not. Washington politicians have been too concerned with short-term political success and have long ignored the long-term threats of Communist China to our way of life. But not anymore. It's time to take action. Now more than ever, Americans must remember that every time we buy a product made in China, we're putting another dollar into the pocket of the people stealing our jobs and our technology, denying their people basic human rights, and propping up dangerous dictators like Maduro in Venezuela. We cannot continue to rely on countries like Communist China, who lied about the coronavirus and refused to be a partner in solving this crisis for critical supplies. This outbreak has shown why we need to end our reliance on foreign supply chains. As a nation, we need to finally take a stand and demand that Communist China is removed from our supply chain. I'm proud to lead my colleagues in a bipartisan resolution calling on Americans to buy products made in the U.S. whenever possible. Buying American is not partisan, and I'm glad my colleagues from both sides of the aisle are continuing to come together to encourage Americans to take a stand. I know it's not always easy, but it's an important step we could all take at home to support American jobs, American producers, and American manufacturers, while helping build up the U.S. supply chain. In my state, we take immense pride in products made in Florida. It's a driving force that led to our incredible economic turnaround. A return to this pride in homegrown businesses and products ensures that America remains strong as the undisputed leader of the global economy. We all must do our part to support our nation and make it clear to Communist China that the United States won't stand for their behavior. I'm committed to supporting American businesses over Chinese products. I'm urging my colleagues to join me in this effort and pass this resolution today. I ask unanimous consent that the Commerce Committee be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 625.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 625, encouraging the government and the people of the United States to buy American.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask that the Scott Amendment at the desk to the resolution be agreed to.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the measure as amended.
Is there further debate? Hearing none. The question is on adoption of the resolution as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution as amended is agreed to.
I ask unanimous consent that the Scott Amendment to the preamble be agreed to, the preamble as amended be agreed to, that the Scott Amendment to the title be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, here we are, the 21st of December, 4 days to Christmas, and Congress is finally getting around to doing its duty on COVID-19 relief, as well as the omnibus appropriation bill, which will keep the government open, keep the lights on through the end of the fiscal year next September. I have to editorialize here that I think this is a terrible process. It's a terrible process. I just saw one of the Texas delegation House members saying, I'm expected to review thousands of pages of an appropriation bill and a COVID-19 relief bill in the next couple of hours and then vote on it this evening. We'll be in the same posture. But this is, as terrible as this process is, it was intentionally created. I'm sure that the Appropriation Chairman, Richard Shelby, and Leader McConnell would have loved to have a regular appropriation process to vote out each of the subcommittee appropriations, pass them using regular order, giving the members of the Congress a chance to offer amendments and maybe improve the bill. But we weren't provided that opportunity because essentially the Democratic leader and the Speaker of the House of Representatives understands that this kind of broken process empowers them to the detriment of individual members of the Congress and to the detriment of the people we represent. It empowers them, not the rank and file members. So I believe this is, and the same thing is true on COVID-19, of course. We passed the CARES Act in March. We tried to come back and replenish some of those funds. We're successful in doing so, for example, on the Paycheck Protection Program. But there was obvious that there was more need, and on at least 3 occasions, maybe 4, but at least 3, we offered another $500 billion in relief, only to be blocked by Democrats here in the Senate. Speaker Pelosi was candid. She basically said, well, this is about politics. We don't want President Trump to get credit for Congress stepping up in a bipartisan way to provide relief to the American people in the run-up to the election. So this is where we are. We know what we have to do. We have to prevent the government from shutting down. We know that there's genuine need across the country for more COVID-19 relief, so we need to do that. But I would also point out, we're going to do roughly $900 billion of additional COVID-19 relief bills when Speaker Pelosi and the Democratic leader in the Senate, Senator Schumer, turned down a $1.8 trillion offer from Secretary of the Treasury Mnuchin. So rather than accept twice as much earlier because it didn't fit their political playbook, now they're accepting half when they realize they've run out of runway. Well, Mr. President, the months-long stalemate is finally broken. Yesterday evening, the so-called four corners, the Speaker, the Republican leader in the House, the Democratic minority leader here in the Senate, Senator McConnell, they've reached agreement on a bipartisan package of bills to support the American people through the continued fight against COVID-19. And despite my comments about the process and what brings us here, with so little time and ability to affect some of the content, I hope this legislation will pass and reach the President's desk in a matter of hours. I think we could all agree this bill could not have come soon enough. Since this summer, Republicans and Democrats have been miles apart on the size and shape of the next COVID-19 bill. Democrats, as I indicated, wanted a $3 trillion bill they called the HEROES Act, while we supported a more targeted approach. That's when Speaker Pelosi uttered those now famous words, "Nothing is better than something." Well, I've always believed that something is better than nothing. But the big picture disagreements prevented any progress from being made, even though we, by and large, agreed on about 80% of what needed to be done. And that is included in the bills that we will vote on here in the next few hours. Well, after the election, the Speaker and Democratic leader here in the Senate, I guess, decided that they no longer needed to hold the American people hostage because the election had now come and gone. So there were bipartisan negotiations that broke out, which have led to targeted package bills, to a targeted package that can earn the support of both parties and the signature of President Trump. It's safe to say there could not be a more urgent need for action from Congress. The last several days have proven that we are indeed at an inflection point, a turning point in our ongoing fight against this virus. One successful vaccine has already been administered to thousands of healthcare workers across the country. In my state alone, the governor estimates that 1 million people will be vaccinated by the end of this month. That's something we should all be thankful for and applaud. And Friday evening, the FDA authorized a second safe and effective vaccine made by Moderna, meaning that millions more doses will be reaching Americans, in particular our frontline heroes, in the coming days. These are developments that we've been waiting, hoping, investing, and praying for, but it's not a silver bullet. We're still battling this pandemic, and it's likely to be with us for the foreseeable future. But the good news is people who are particularly vulnerable because of their age or underlying chronic illnesses will likely be able to get the vaccine no later than March. And Dr. Fauci said by June, anybody in America who wants the vaccine can get it. Well, this next phase of our fight will determine how quickly we're able to defeat COVID-19 and regrow our economy. This legislation will clearly help us get there. First, it will provide the needed support for vaccine distribution. Not only has there been a modern-day medical miracle in developing these safe and effective vaccines, now the logistics of getting it to 330 million people in America are just completely daunting, but it's happening. Millions of doses have already been delivered to hospitals across the country. And in the coming months, millions, tens of millions more will be distributed as we launch this massive vaccination campaign. And while the cost of the vaccine has already been covered, the range of associated expenses that come with it have not been. For everything from transportation infrastructure to deliver the vaccines, to ultra-low temperature freezers to store them, to personal protective equipment for our healthcare heroes to safely administer those costs have added up and need to be provided for in this legislation. This legislation will, in fact, provide billions of dollars to help cover these kinds of costs and ensure the race to distribute these vaccines is as successful as the race to develop them. Part of that is through relief for airlines, which will transport the vaccines to communities across the country. This assistance will enable our airlines to carry out their important role in the vaccine relay race, all while keeping their employees on payroll and preparing for a strong post-pandemic recovery. These two successful vaccines so far are moving us closer and closer to the end of this crisis, but we still have a ways to go. And the American people need and deserve our support in getting there. Millions of workers have no way to earn a paycheck. Food banks are experiencing Depression-era lines each week. Farmers and ranchers have lost their traditional markets, small businesses are sinking, and parents and teachers are still worried about a safe return to in-person learning for our students. This targeted relief package will send desperately needed support to each of these groups for each of those causes. The workers who had the rug pulled out from them earlier this year will continue to receive the federally enhanced unemployment benefits under the CARES Act that would otherwise expire the day after Christmas. And state unemployment benefits will be bolstered, as I said, by $300 a week in federal benefits through March 14th of next year. We will also provide a second, more targeted direct payment to the hardest hit Americans with up to $600 per individual. That means that a family of four making up to $150,000 will receive $2,400 in the coming days. This bill will ensure that the basic needs of low-income households, school children, and those in long lines at food banks will be met. It also provides $13 billion for a time-limited federal nutrition benefit increase, as well as at least $1.9 billion for the coronavirus food assistance programs at food banks. Our farmers and ranchers and producers who've lost significant or all the value of their crops will also receive $13 billion in agricultural assistance to strengthen the farm safety net, which benefits us all. This has been a difficult year for millions of families in Texas and across the country, as parents have worried about how to pay bills and buy groceries, let alone Christmas gifts under their tree for their children. I know this will not erase all of the financial uncertainty, but it will go a long way to provide some help to those whose livelihoods have been thrown into chaos. And I hope it will also provide reassurance for the parents and teachers who've worried about a safe return to in-person learning. This legislation provides $82 billion for education and will help our K through 12 students, colleges, and universities get their education programs back on track. This relief bill will also extend additional support to Texas small businesses. Our small businesses continue to struggle. With the arrival of winter weather, that's been especially true for restaurants and other businesses that have relied on outdoor seating. Many of these businesses utilize the Paycheck Protection Program to help them cover payroll and other expenses earlier this year. But the program expired in August, and our hardest hit small businesses are in dire need of more support. This legislation will provide another $284 billion in the Paycheck Protection Program. This has been an enormously successful program in my state, with 417,000 loans that are convertible into grants under certain circumstances, worth some $41 billion. This has been a lifesaver for many of our small businesses and the workers they employ. The hardest hit businesses will be able to take a second draw of the PPP and provide more stability for their businesses and employees until this crisis ends. I'm glad this bill also includes language from a bill I introduced to clarify tax deductibility for business expenses paid with a forgiven PPP loan. The average PPP loan in Texas was $99,000. And without this change, those businesses that received that PPP loan and grant would face a $36,000 tax liability. That would start to show up in January with the estimated taxes being paid by many small businesses who pay on a quarterly basis. That sort of unexpected tax liability would be a slap in the face for those businesses that saw this life ring and decided to grab hold of it. This change will ensure loan recipients aren't saddled with an unexpected tax liability that could absolutely sink their struggling business if they've been hanging on by a thread. I appreciate Chairman Grassley of the Finance Committee, Ranking Member Wyden, and their staffs for fighting to include this change, which will clarify that these expenses should have been tax deductible all along. That's what Congress intended in March when we passed the CARES Act. I'm also glad the omnibus was paired with this package includes other legislation that I introduced with our friend Amy Klobuchar, the senator from Minnesota, called Save Our Stages, designed to help our small independent entertainment venues across the country from closing their doors for good. These Main Street businesses were excluded from the original Paycheck Protection Program, even though they were among some of the hardest hit small businesses. Event venues were the first to close when COVID-19 hit, and they're likely to be the last to open once it's gone. This funding will help them stay afloat until that long-awaited day finally arrives. So I want to thank Senator Klobuchar, who's been my partner in this bipartisan effort, as well as Senator Rubio, who's been a champion for these venues during the final critical stages of negotiations. The government funding legislation includes a number of other bipartisan bills which have nearly unanimous support in both the House and the Senate, including a bill I introduced with our colleague Bob Menendez of New Jersey. This legislation will finally, after 25 years or more, establish a National Museum of the American Latino that will improve Latino representation within the Smithsonian Institution. This museum will honor the contributions of Latinos throughout our nation's history and give their stories a brick-and-mortar home here in our nation's capital. I'm thrilled that generations of Americans will be able to get a more accurate view of our nation's history when they visit this new Smithsonian Museum, and I can't wait to be among its first visitors. There's no question there are additional measures I'd like to have seen included in the coronavirus relief legislation, and I'm sure that's true for every member. But this targeted package includes critical funding and support for Texans and Americans at this watershed moment, and it will break the stalemate which has paralyzed Congress for months now. The American people are suffering. It's not time for politics as usual. It's a time to come together, to compromise, and to make good on our commitment to support them. I appreciate the work of our colleagues who fought for a deal that will give our country added strength during this next critical phase of our fight, and I look forward to voting for this legislation. Mr. President, I yield the floor and would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Texas.
I'd ask quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking be discharged from further consideration of S-371 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-371, a bill to provide regulatory relief to charitable organizations that provide housing assistance and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the Fisher substitute at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce be discharged from further consideration of S-2429 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-2429, a bill to reauthorize the Coral Reef Conservation Act of 2000 and to establish the United States Coral Reef Task Force and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the Rubio amendment at the desk be agreed to and the bill be, as amended, be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill, Madam President.
Is there further debate? Hearing none. The question is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill as amended is passed.
I ask unanimous consent that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I now ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 3250, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 3250, an act to require the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a special resource study and so forth, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill, Madam President.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question is on passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid on the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 5472, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 5472, an act to redesignate the Jimmy Carter National Historic Site as the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
And finally, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 5126, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 5126, an act to require individuals fishing for Gulf Reef fish to use certain descending devices and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill, Madam President.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question is on passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion be considered to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Note the absence of a quorum, Madam President.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Madam President,
The Democratic leader,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
without objection.
Now, Madam President, so much of the Senate's work happens behind the scenes and out of the spotlight. Over the past few weeks, there are scores of Senate staffers, probably more than scores, hundreds, I would say, who have spent many late nights and some sleepless ones putting this emergency relief and omnibus bill together. So I wanted to come back to the floor today and acknowledge all of the hard-working Senate Democratic staff. To create a law, there are staffs from committees and senators' offices who are truly experts. They make sure what we senators want to achieve is written properly. They have years, some decades of experience in their subject area. They're libraries of information of how programs work. They're also creative thinkers and masters of accomplishing what senators might think is easy, turning a few lines of our direction into legislative text under tremendous time pressure, and lately during the pandemic. These are the names of some of the Senate's unsung heroes to whom we all owe an amazing gratitude of death. From the Committee on Appropriations, Charles Chuck Kiefer, Chanda Batorni, Hannah Chauvin, Diane Neller, Jean Toll Eisen, Eric Raven, Doug Clapp, Ellen Murray, Scott Nance, Rachel Taylor, Alex Keenan, Jessica Berry, Michelle Dominiquez, Tom Reiser, and Dabney Hagg. From the Committee on Banking and Housing and Urban Affairs, Beth Cooper, Megan Cheney, Homer Carlisle, Alicia Tuku, Corey Freyer, Jan Singelman, Jerry Heckhuis, Colin McGuinness, Phil Rudd, Laura Swanson. From the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, David Strickland, Melissa Porter, Ron Almond, David Martin, Doug Anderson, Lawrence Wildgoose, Kara Fisher, Michael Davison, John Branscombe, Sean Bone, Alicia Brown, Mary Gunther, Jared Bomberg, Narda Jones, John Beezer, Sarah Gonzalez-Rothy, Nikki Tuschel, and Chris Day. From the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs, Lena Chang, Anika Christensen, Alexa Norik, Yelena Silker, and David Weinberg. From the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, Evan Schatz, John Ryder, Nick Bath, Andy Freisted, Cara Marchioni, Amanda Beaumont, Nikki McKinley, Joe Shantz, Kendra Isaacson, Colin Goldfinch, Manuel Contreras, Brian Kibben, Mary Barry, Garrett Devaney, Lila Shawshi, and Caitlin Backfield. From the Select Committee on Intelligence, Brett Freeman, John Rosenwasser, Mike Casey. From the Committee on Foreign Relations, Andrew Keller, Ruchi Gill, Heather Flynn, Sarah Arkin, Shelley Boxenbaum. From the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry, Joe Schultz, Jacqueline Schneider, Mary Beth Schultz, Susan Keith, Kyle Varner, Katie Nassens, Claire Borsner, Sean Babington, Adam Tarr. From the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, Renee Black, Sam Fowler, Bree Von Cleve, Rory Stanley, Luke Bassett, Elliot Howard, Zahava Areki, Nicole Buell, Armando Avila, Adam Berry, Brian Pettit, Melanie Thornton, and Rod Beresford. From the Committee on Environment and Public Works, John Kane, Annie D'Amato, Mark Mendenhall, Andrew Rogers, Mary Frances Repko, Laura Gillum, Michael Friedhoff, and Lucy Shao. From the Committee on Finance, Bobby Andres, Chris Arneson, Adam Carasso, Drew Crouch, Elizabeth Durbin, Ann Dwyer, Mike Evans, Jonathan Goldman, Taylor Harvey, Elizabeth Urinka, Rachel Kaus, Tom Clouda, Sally Yang, Virginia Lenehan, Christian Lundy, Greta Paish, Sarah Schaefer, Ashley Scheipetel, Joshua Schenkman, Tiffany Smith, Kelly Zafara, Beth Frabel, Jamie White, Ariel Warrenoff, Marissa Morin. From the Special Committee on Aging, Stacy Sanders, Michael Gamble McCormick, Samantha Kohler, Rossage Green, Keith Miller, and Josh Kramer. From the Committee on Indian Affairs, Kim Moxley, Josh Mahan, Anthony Cedillo, and Jennifer Romero. And I'm sure this is very hard on our typists, but thank you very much. From the Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship, Sean Moore, Ron Storhag, Kevin Wheeler, Jacob Press, Teresa Mears. From the Committee on Rules and Administration, Dusty Brandenburg, Lindsay Kerr. So to all of those great people and many more, and I apologize if there are some we have left out, thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone on the committees. And I also want for a moment to thank my staff. Everyone believes they have the best staff on the Hill. I am certainly no exception. I would never, ever, ever be able to do what I do without them. I know over the past several days, many of them have tested the limits of exhaustion, hardly sleeping at all. But I want them to know that all their energy, ingenuity, and brilliance will have made the lives of their fellow citizens better in New York and across the country. I have told them that they can look back at any age and know that they have kept businesses going, kept people employed, kept people fed, kept people from getting sick, and even kept people from dying, kept people alive. That's the great work my staff and the other staffs have done. So to my staff, who I am so deeply, deeply grateful to, thank you, thank you, thank you. To my chief, Mike Lynch, my deputy chief, Aaron Sager-Vaughn, my policy director, Jerry Petrella, my legislative director and his wife, Megan Tyra, my state director, Martin Brennan, deputy state director, Steve Mann, Steve Barton, Mike Iannelli, and all the regional directors from across the state. The executive team in my office is a tremendous asset to me and to the Democratic caucus. Michelle Mittler, Megan Murphy-Vlasto, Emily Sweda, Raisa Shah, and Sophia Kutavas. The press team supports both me and the entire Democratic caucus day in, day out. Justin Goodman, Alex Wynn, Monica Lee, Ken Meyer, Angelo Raffaero, Allison Biasotti, Paige Tepke, Alice Nam, and everyone at the Senate Democratic Media Center. Jasmine Harris, Oriana Pina, and Dan Yokin and his amazing team of researchers, Andrew Ogden, Layla Najafi, Hannah Talley. And the whole team is supported by the great budding talent of our press assistants, Alexandra Robinson, Alexa Sludge, and Siri Velez. Sieta Candoli, Sal Ortega, and Julieta Lopez do fantastic engagement with many groups of people affected by the legislation we pass. Josh Milofsky and Tony Rivera are my speechwriters, and every day bring poetry and organization to my thoughts. And a special, special thanks to the Schumer legislative team. These staffers are so incredibly hardworking, so brilliant in their fields, and always, always striving to find the best solution for our country and for New York. Anna Taylor and Marissa Hawley, John Cardinal, and Leanne Sinpadanakal, Rob Hickman, Mike Kuiken, Reza Zamordian, Yazid Abulhag, Matt Fuentes, Dila Sundamurthy, Juan Negrete, Christiana Henderson, who just won for City Council in Washington, D.C., and is leaving us, Ramon Carranza and Catalina Tam, Lane Bodian and Rodney Kazibwe, Veronica Waters, Zach Rosenblum, Ryan Egan, Jasmine Elman, Adrian Devaney, Tim Ryder, Sean Byrne, Annie Daly, and Vandan Patel, Reggie Babin, Lucy Panza, Mark Patterson, Didier Barjan, Helena Contis, Charlie Ellsworth, Kai Vogel, Jim Secreto, Patricio Gonzalez, Josh Gutmacher. And of course, I have to thank the brilliant floor staff led by Gary Merrick. What a blessing. Special thank you from me to the caucus and the entire staff, to Trish Engel, Dan Tinsley, Brad Watt, Stephanie Payon, Liza Patterson, Nate Orsler, and Rachel Jackson. Thank you and also farewell to Rima Doden, Senator Durbin's tremendous floor staffer, who for years has looked after the caucus and the floor. She is heading to the White House to help the president-elect, and we couldn't be happier and prouder to have a Senate denizen at the other end, Pennsylvania Avenue. There are so many more incredible staffers who deserve recognition and thanks for making this institution come to life. My entire staff helped with the efforts this year, and as I conclude today, they're still helping. I would like to include all their names in the record, and I ask unanimous consent that the following names be added to the record.
Without objection.
It's a lot of names. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I'd like to recognize a critical member of my staff, Mike Anderson, Big Mike, he's known as, who left my office in August to pursue a legal career in his hometown of Anchorage, Alaska, something he has aspired to do since a young age. And Mike was my communications director, but was much more an appropriate title for Mike because he directed so many things in my office, so much of our communication, both internally and externally. You would often find Mike going from staff member to staff member, asking them questions, relaying information from one team to the next. In our office, if you had a question about what anybody was up to, what anybody was doing in Alaska, here in our D.C. office, in our Alaskan offices, you'd ask Mike. That's a special quality, incredibly hard worker, incredibly gifted young man, and we're going to miss that talent in Mike very much. Mike is no stranger to Alaska political offices. Fresh out of college at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, he took a job with Congressman Young, and then worked for Senator Murkowski. In 2014, he was looking for a little more adventure on the comms side. I was looking for someone to help with my communications on my campaign. It was my first run for office. I was running against an incumbent with big name recognition in our state. Mike came on board, took a chance on me. It's something I'll never forget. Loyal, great worker. He had been taking law classes at night at Catholic University of America for the past few years, working in my office, balancing it all, was on the clock, around the clock, did it with grace, humor, hard work, and excellence. As I mentioned, Madam President, he was our office communicator, but he was also the office friend, the person you go to for advice on things big and small, the person you'd call on for an assist if you needed to move. It helped it. He lived up to his name, 6'8", big guy. Mike always showed up working together, as we called in our office, one team, one fight. We got big things done for our state. And speaking of one team, one fight, my office has a pretty good hoops team. Mike, as you can imagine, UAF varsity basketball player back in Alaska, was the critical member of that team. We've won a lot of games, particularly against the Cruz Texans. In fact, Senator Cruz once gave Mike the nickname Denali for his size and how he dominates the middle of the key on the hoops court. Mike is going to make a great lawyer in Alaska. As a state, we have so much potential, the biggest fisheries in the country, the largest energy fields, huge military complexes, fascinating, important Alaska Native legal issues. More than anything, Alaska needs good leaders with integrity, brilliant lawyers, hardworking people like Mike who love their state and give it all back to their state, and that's what he's going to do. We haven't seen the last of Mike. He's always been part of our team, and I'm sure that's what he will do, working continually in the great state of Alaska and make sure our state thrives. So Mike, great job. Good luck to you. You're going to be missed. Best wishes on a bright future ahead. Madam President, I ask that my following remarks appear in a separate place in the congressional record.
Without objection.
Madam President, despite what you might be reading in the press, there is a lot of recent important bipartisan achievements happening right here in the Senate. We're going to vote soon on another major COVID relief bill, which is really, really important. That will be our fourth major COVID relief bill this year. Much needed, of course, for the health of Americans, for our economy. And I think when the history of this very challenging year is written, that's what's going to be remembered. Four major, bipartisan, important pieces of legislation, not the rancor in the Senate, which has been part of our history, part of the Republic, since the founding of the Republic. A number of other major bipartisan accomplishments have also occurred just in the past few months. The National Defense Authorization Act, which passed with over 80 senators. The Great American Outdoors Act, probably the biggest conservation act in over 50 years. The Save Our Seas 2.0, a bill I was proud to author, the most comprehensive ocean cleanup legislation ever to come out of the Congress. This is just to name a few. But Madam President, let me name another important bipartisan accomplishment that is starting to occur in the Congress, and that's dealing with China, the important issue of China and China policy. Now, I know people might be saying, wait, are you crazy? China? There's bipartisan agreement on what's happening with regard to this relationship, the United States and China? And the answer is yes. We have made significant progress on this issue too, and it's important. So I want to explain that a little bit, Madam President, because I think it's a topic that we need to be focusing on more and more in the United States Senate. So like the presiding officer, I'm honored to be completing my first term as a U.S. Senator, and honored, like the presiding officer, to have been reelected to continue my service. 6 years ago, when I started my time here in the U.S. Senate, I started a series of speeches that focused on the U.S.-China relationship and the importance of it. And we all been focused, post 9/11 certainly, on Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the big issue of violent extremist organizations, which has been the appropriate focus. But as I started my career here 6 years ago, I started to give a series of speeches where I said the biggest challenge that we face long-term from a geostrategic standpoint for the United States for decades to come is going to be our relationship with the rising power of China. And what I was saying 4 years ago, 5 years ago in this body, is that nobody is talking about it. It's really important, and we're not focused on it. Madam President, you can't say that anymore. Now everybody is talking about China. There has been an American awakening about China, and that's good. That's important. That's progress, and it's been bipartisan. Now, I want to thank President Trump and his team because I think they deserve a lot of the credit. They laid out their national security strategy, their national defense strategy. These are very well-written strategies that in essence said that the United States of America, post 9/11, it was appropriate to focus on Al-Qaeda, ISIS, violent extremist organizations, getting weapons of mass destruction. That was clearly the main focus of our national security. But what their strategies have been saying is that, yes, we need to continue to focus on that, but now we need to prioritize the great power competition that is upon us, with China as the pacing threat. And Madam President, as you know, most senators, Democrats and Republicans, particularly the ones who focus on national security and foreign policy issues, particularly those on the Armed Services Committee, they agree with this. They agree with this reorientation. And again, this is important. This is progress, bipartisan progress on what is really going to be what is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. Now, what we need to start doing, and I say we, this body, the Congress, the executive branch, is we need to start putting details and principles into a long-term strategy, a bipartisan strategy that will be enduring to address this challenge, to address the challenge that is the challenge for the next decade, the rise of China, and how we, as the United States of America, need to deal with it. As I mentioned, Madam President, I believe this is going to be the defining national security issue for our nation for the next 50 to 100 years. So what I want to do today, Madam President, is lay out a couple key principles on what I see are some of the ways in which we can bring a bipartisan approach to addressing this challenge. Last year, I was honored to be invited by the Heritage Center and the Heritage Foundation as part of their Lee lecture series on the Asia Pacific to talk about this issue. And I gave remarks, an address that I called Winning the New Cold War with China, How America Should Respond. And some of the principles that I laid out in that address from some of my experiences in the U.S. relationship with China over the last quarter century are what I'd like to talk about. Madam President, those experiences for me have kind of run the gamut as a U.S. Marine, as a National Security Council staffer, and then Assistant Secretary of State under the exceptional leader Condoleezza Rice when she was National Security Advisor, and then Secretary of State. As a State of Alaska cabinet official in charge of energy and natural resources, which are so important to my state, but also to Asian markets, and as a U.S. Senator. So first things first, Madam President, I believe, as I mentioned, there has been an awakening about the challenge posed by China. As I mentioned, 6 years ago in this body, not a lot of senators were talking about it. Now everybody is, and that's important. I also think that there's a recognition, whatever you want to call the tensions that have arisen, that the U.S. and China have entered into a much more strategic competition era, phase, with tensions that I've referred to as a new Cold War with each other. This state of relations has only been exacerbated by the pandemic, which of course started in China and was covered up by the Chinese Communist Party. So when I talk about this issue of a new Cold War with China, I want to be clear on one thing. This is not a challenge or tensions of our choosing. It is the result of a conscious decision by the Communist Party leadership of China to overturn key elements of the U.S.-led rules-based international order, despite that order enabling China to emerge prosperous and strong from its so-called century of humiliation. This new Cold War is not an inevitable consequence of China's rise or our status as an established power. Rather, I believe it stems from China's rejection of becoming a, quote, responsible stakeholder in the international system that the United States has led since the end of World War II, a system from which China, probably more than any other country in the world, has benefited from. But recognizing that we have this new tension, that we have a new Cold War with China, does not mean that the nature of the global challenge is identical to that posed by the Soviet Union, or that our response should be the same. However, it does mean that the U.S. and our allies need to recognize this challenge, address it, counter it in ways that avoid major conflict, but in ways that also avoid compromising our core values and interests and principles in liberty. So let me talk a little bit about what I call America's awakening. Since President Nixon initiated the opening of relations with China, many hoped that the country's political and economic system would open as the country developed and joined this broader, Western-led international system. Others believe that even if the Chinese Communist Party remained in control, its external behavior in relationship with the United States would not be affected. When the United States supported Chinese entry into the World Trade Organization, President Bill Clinton remarked that American workers and consumers would be the greatest beneficiaries, American workers. Ultimately, this has proven not to be true. Equally misguided was the hope that as China grew economically, it would liberalize politically. The expectation was that China would lower its trade barriers and follow WTO practices, respecting intellectual property rights, promoting basic safety standards for exports, curbing subsidies of its main industries, and not subjecting imports, our imports, to illegal non-tariff barriers. None of that, Madam President, has turned out to be true. China did not meet most of its commitments under the WTO and still hasn't. Rather, it has employed its new access to Western markets, American markets, to pursue large-scale theft of technology, exploiting the openness of the American economy without allowing American companies reciprocal access to its markets as it is required to do. Let me give one example of this, Madam President, I've seen in my experience. In 2003, over 17 years ago, I was in an Oval Office meeting as a National Security Council staffer with President George W. Bush, Condoleezza Rice, and the Vice Premier of China, Madam Wu Yi, at the time. Now, President Bush, strongly believed in the protection of intellectual property rights, and he raised this issue with Madam Wu Yi right there in the Oval Office, very aggressively, leaning over in his chair. Madam Wu Yi looked at the President of the United States and said, Mr. President, I'm in charge of this. We are going to fix this. We are working on it. You have my commitment. Mr. President, in the Oval Office, 17 years ago, where are we on intellectual property theft from China? It's worse today than when Madam Wu Yi made that commitment in the Oval Office. As a matter of fact, the U.S. Trade Representative's Office estimates that Chinese theft of American intellectual property costs the U.S. economy an estimated $600 billion annually, not to mention the thousands of jobs lost. President Obama also tried to stem these blatantly unfair, non-reciprocal practices. But Beijing did not honor the common understanding reached by President Obama and Xi Jinping in 2015, curbing cyber hacking of government and corporate data for economic gains. Such theft continues unabated today. And these episodes, Madam President, raise an even bigger problem between the United States and China. It's the problem of what I call promise fatigue with China. Think about it. Broken promises extend well beyond the economic sphere, like intellectual property. Here's another example. Standing next to President Obama in the Rose Garden in 2015, President Xi Jinping promised the President of the United States not to militarize the South China Sea. The commitment was broken within months when China took a very aggressive policy of militarizing many of the islands and built up islands in the South China Sea to the consternation of every single country in the region. After enduring this promise fatigue with the Chinese for decades, we, the Congress, the executive branch of the United States government, are finally getting wise. Everybody thinks trade should be a win-win, but Chinese leaders appear to view it much more as a zero-sum game. Ironically, this promise fatigue and China's predatory non-reciprocal trade practices have brought about and did bring about the new, much tougher, and in my view, much needed approach from the Trump administration that we had prior to the pandemic. So, Madam President, we have this situation where we're not trusting our relationship with China, where the promises that have been made have not been kept across a whole host of spheres, where the tensions in the South China Sea are growing. But this current state of affairs was not preordained. In 2005, then Deputy Secretary of State and future World Bank President Robert Zoellick encouraged China, in a very well-regarded speech, to become, quote, a responsible stakeholder in the international system, which had done so much to enable China's rise and prosperity. Zoellick's speech challenged China to change its behavior, to support and promote, and certainly not undermine, the U.S.-led economic order that had brought peace and prosperity to China and so many other countries in the Indo-Pacific. And for a time, it appeared that China's leadership was contemplating this American offer to be a responsible stakeholder in this global system, the one that we had set up after World War II. In my trips as an Assistant Secretary of State to China, I heard China's leadership in many meetings, including in meetings with Hu Jintao, the president, and other senior leaders, where they talked about being a responsible stakeholder, where this invitation on working through the system we've developed was clearly something they were contemplating. But, Madam President, over time it has become increasingly clear that the Chinese Communist Party has rejected this concept, this idea, to be a partner with us in bolstering the international order that has benefited China so significantly. In fact, the opposite has happened. China is now working to systematically build an illiberal sphere of influence that threatens to exclude America and erode our alliances in the region that have kept the peace in the region for decades. The challenge we face today is rooted in the attempt by the Communist Party of China to popularize its authoritarian model abroad to ensure China's rise as a great power under the Communist Party's leadership. President Xi made this clear at the 19th Party Congress, where he championed China's model as a new option for other countries and nations that want to speed up their development. We must always remember that the Chinese Communist Party's primary goal in domestic and foreign policy is to ensure the survival and preeminence of the party. The key driver of U.S.-China competition and tension today is China's ambition to project its authoritarian model abroad. China's development under a Leninist political model serves as an inspiration for many illiberal actors and aspiring autocrats around the world. It uses its economic influence as a means of exerting political pressure. Additionally, Chinese companies and state-owned and state-subsidized industries are not bound by anti-corruption laws that American and Western companies must adhere to. China's indifference to establish standards of transparency, which we've certainly seen now with the pandemic, and project implementation through its Belt and Road Initiative results in elite deals that concede corruption abroad, weaken prospects for long-term prosperity, and undermine the sovereignty of weaker nations. China is seeking to undermine democracy and human rights and the rule of law in international institutions, from pushing its norms for controlling cyberspace to silencing critics of its human rights record, including critics in the United States, to pushing for enforcement of the Belt and Road Initiative at the United Nations. China is using its growing voice on the global stage to legitimize an approach at home and abroad that undermines American interests. A recent Hoover Institution study argues that China is looking to gain influence in the United States to shape attitudes and ultimately American policy towards China. And although we have not experienced the same level of political interference as, say, some of our allies, like Australia, where politicians and donors linked to the Chinese Communist Party have tried to sway the country's policies on sensitive issues, China is clearly engaged in what the National Endowment for Democracy calls a significant, sharp-powered campaign to influence American policy here, at home. And this recent spy scandal with a congressman from California is just a recent example of this. Fortunately, the Trump administration and members of Congress on both sides of the aisle have awakened to the long-term challenge to America's national security and economic security interests that China poses. As I noted, Madam President, the Trump administration's more realistic approach on China, laid out in its national security strategy and national defense strategy, offer a clear-eyed view of Chinese ambitions and our need to counter them. At a time when there's not enough bipartisan agreement, although I think there's more than certainly we get credit for, there is broad bipartisan focus and support within the United States government, and I believe in the United States Senate, on the strategic challenges posed by China. So we've had an important American awakening and a good beginning with the recent U.S. national security and national defense strategies. And I believe it is strongly in the U.S. interest, strongly in America's interests, for the incoming Biden and Harris administrations to continue these strategies, which have strong bipartisan support here. In fact, in my recent meeting with Secretary of Defense nominee General Lloyd Austin, I encouraged such an approach on national security issues, particularly as it relates to China. But, Madam President, these strategic documents that we're talking about need more meat on the bones. What are more details and principles that we can add to the national security strategy of our nation that can ensure bipartisan support for a longer-term U.S.-China strategy? Let me recommend 5 core elements that I think should be key moving forward with regard to our relationship with China. First, we need to demand reciprocity in all major spheres of the U.S.-China relationship. Second, we need to reinvigorate American competitiveness so we can outcompete and out-innovate China. Third, we need to continue to rebuild our military strength and capability. Fourth, we need to deepen and expand our global network of alliances. And finally, Madam President, we need to remember that employing our democratic values is a huge, critical, comparative advantage in countering China's global authoritarian influence around the world. So let me briefly touch on each of these. First, we need to demand reciprocity. The United States must insist that the relationship with China is defined by reciprocity and fairness. For too long, the United States has ignored the promise fatigue that I talked about with China and accepted unfulfilled Chinese promises across so many spheres of the bilateral relationship. And Madam President, you've seen it. When you raise the issue of reciprocity with senior Chinese officials, whether in Beijing or with the ambassador, and they finally acknowledge that, yes, the relationship isn't reciprocal, they say it isn't because, quote, China is still a developing country. China is still a developing country. Well, I would respectfully tell senior Chinese officials, don't use that argument anymore. It's an insult to the intelligence of American officials. We need a reciprocal relationship because every American understands and agrees with this. It's about fairness, basic fairness. I posed the important question of reciprocity to former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger at a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing a couple years ago. And he acknowledged that to have an important, sustainable, great power relationship between two of the most important countries in the world, reciprocity is critical. The citizens of our country need to feel that the relationship is fair and that a general policy of reciprocity is important and critical in that regard. But we all know it hasn't been that way. The Trump administration has made significant progress on pressing for more reciprocal relationships in our trading relationships, and that's very important. But we all know, Madam President, that reciprocal relationship doesn't exist. Chinese companies and government-backed investment funds can come to the United States, buy companies, that we would have no opportunity to do the same. But it needs to go much further than just economics. Let me give you an example. We need reciprocity in the free exchange of ideas. American journalists are not allowed to travel freely in China. And if they're not, then why should Chinese journalists be allowed to travel freely in the United States? Similarly, and this body has focused on this, there are over 100 Confucius Institutes established by the Chinese Communist Party at American universities. When I was in Beijing a couple years ago and met with senior Chinese officials, I mentioned this. And I said, I was recently with the ambassador, and they said that just to go on campus of the Beijing University, you need to be accompanied by a Chinese official. So if there was real reciprocity in the relationship, I said, if you can have Confucius Institutes at American universities, how about we get James Madison Institutes of Freedom and Liberty at Chinese universities? Of course, the Chinese wouldn't accept that. They said, well, Senator, Confucius Institutes only teach culture and language. The James Madison Institute of Freedom and Liberty and Democracy in China would be teaching propaganda. That's what they said. This is just one of many examples where we must have a reciprocal relationship between the United States and China going forward. Second, we must reinvigorate American competitiveness. The United States is no stranger to global military and economic cooperation, as we know throughout the Cold War with the Soviet Union. Our comparative advantages globally remain significant, but we can and should do more to bolster other areas at home. Bolstering STEM education, doubling down on basic research, supporting federal agencies like the National Science Foundation. We need to be able to outcompete, out-innovate China, and importantly, to better understand China, its culture, its language, its history, its strategy, with the new generation of Americans who are focused on these issues, just as Russian and Soviet studies were emphasized during the Cold War with the Soviet Union. Many of our most significant challenges are national debt, infrastructure projects that take years to permit, an education system that leaves too many Americans behind, a dysfunctional immigration system. These are all self-inflicted wounds. And I believe that the real challenges posed by China, as they become more broadly apparent throughout our country, will start to spur the bipartisan motivation needed to address these significant but solvable American challenges to make us stronger. Third, Madam President, we must continue to rebuild our military. From 2010 to 2016, the Department of Defense's budget was slashed by 25%. Readiness plummeted. And at the same time, the Chinese undertook a massive building of their military and a modernization of its forces, while also making concrete moves to militarize the South China Sea. History shows, particularly with regard to America's authoritarian rival, that American military weakness encourages authoritarian provocations globally. We must make sure that we, as we continue to gauge China, a strong U.S. military provides a hedge against Beijing contemplating risky and destabilizing military actions as their military strength and capabilities continue to grow. China has a long history of using its military to achieve strategic ends when countries are not ready, and we must be ready. Madam President, as you know, I think I've mentioned, almost 25 years ago, I was a young Marine infantry officer deployed as part of an amphibious task force to the Taiwan Strait, which included 2 carrier battle groups as part of the United States response to Chinese provocations on the eve of the presidential elections in Taiwan. It was a long time ago, but it was certainly an example of an American commitment and resolve to one of our allies during a period of heightened tension in the Taiwan Strait that we need to remember and be able to react to with a strong military. Fourth, we need to expand and deepen our alliances. The recalibration of our relationship with China should be done in partnership with our allies. The cultivation and nurturing of these relationships must be a foundational pillar of any American strategy as it deals with China. Our greatest strategic advantage in dealing with China is this: we are an ally-rich nation with long-standing historical ties, reinforced by decades of diplomatic, military, and economic cooperation based on shared values with our friends and allies in the region. By contrast, China is an ally-poor nation, with North Korea as its closest friend and ally. The unity of the West and our Asian allies is essential to maintaining high global standards in transparency, accountability, anti-corruption, peaceful resolution of conflict, and the importance of international law, particularly in the global areas of sea, space, and cyberspace. And finally, Madam President, we must employ America's democratic values as a critical comparative advantage. We should never forget that our democratic values were critical in our successful victory over the Soviet Union during the last Cold War. In President Reagan's famous Westminster speech before the British Parliament in 1982, in which he launched the National Endowment for Democracy, he argued that America would win the Cold War not through hard power alone, but through the power of our ideals. As he reminded our audience and our close allies in Britain, quote, any system is inherently unstable that has no peaceful means of legitimizing its leaders. China's unelected leaders, like all authoritarians, ultimately fear their own people. Our leaders do not. It is fear that has driven China to develop an Orwellian social credit score to rank its people while detaining as many as 1 million Chinese workers in concentration camps. Why else does the Chinese Communist Party invest so heavily in facial and gait recognition technology to monitor their own citizens? Why comprehensively censor the internet to preclude even the most glancing criticisms of the Communist Party and its leaders? Why do China's internal security services employ more people than the People's Liberation Army, the world's largest military? The answer lies in fear and the goal, above all else, to make sure the Communist Party remains in power. President Reagan saw the power and promise of our democratic ideals as a potent, critical instrument to challenge America's global rival, then the Soviet Union. Because the aspiration to freedom is universal and remains the core commonality that underpins the United States' strongest partnerships with other nations. The belief that liberty, democracy, and free markets reflect and strengthen the size of our alliance system is something that is fundamental to the United States and our allies during the Cold War with the Soviet Union and now during our challenges with China. Helping countries protect their sovereignty so they can be responsive to their citizens and effective partners of our nation is imperative at a time when Chinese influence risks pulling nations into a new sinosphere hostile to American interests and our democratic ideals. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by predicting that the new challenges I described with China are going to be with us for decades. We must face this fact with confidence and strategic resolve and bipartisan work in the U.S. Senate. America has extraordinary advantages relative to China. Our global network of alliances, our military power and economic leadership, our innovative society, our abundant energy supplies. We are now the #1 producer of oil, natural gas, and renewables in the world. Our world-class universities, the world's most productive workforce, and a democratic value system that makes countries far more comfortable as American partners than subservient members of the new Middle Kingdom led by China. As a result of the long twilight struggle with the Soviet Union, we also know what works: maintaining peace through strength, promoting free markets and free people at home, and having the confidence in George Kennan's insights that the Chinese Communist Party, like the Soviet Communist Party, likely bears within it the seeds of its own decay. While democracies are resilient, adaptive, and self-renewing, there are many vulnerabilities embedded in China's perceived strengths. One-man rule creates acute political risks. Historical grievance can breed violent nationalism. State-directed economic growth can produce massive overcapacity and mountains of debt. The gradual snuffing out of freedom in places like Hong Kong creates spontaneous protests of tens of thousands and huge global backlashes across the world. China's budding military power and historical view of itself as a nation and culture superior to others is beginning to alarm neighboring states, inspiring them to step up security cooperation with our nation. Nearly half of all wealthy Chinese want to immigrate, and these are the winners from China's 4 decades of heady economic growth. As we have in the past, Americans can prevail in this geopolitical and ideological contest, but doing so will require a new level of strategic initiative, organization, and confidence in who we are and what we stand for. This also means that we must redouble our efforts in making this strategic case to others around the world, particularly our allies, and we must continue, Mr. President, to work on bipartisan solutions that have enduring support in this body for decades to come as it relates to our challenges with China. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senior senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, this is a time of year when we all look forward to wrapping things up, as they say. Many around the country, when they think about wrapping things up, think about presents that they're going to put under the tree for their family. We think about it as closing up business for the balance of the year, and that's really where we are. And hopefully in a couple hours here, the House will proceed in taking up the omnibus bill, along with the COVID relief package, along with a host of other matters that the Congress has been working to address in this past year. I'd like to speak this evening for a few moments on the significance of where we are. But I want to start with just a story that I just now received from one of my staff people back in Alaska. And she got a video from the medical staff at the sub-regional clinic there at St. Mary's. St. Mary's is a small community up on the Yukon River. Probably, I would say, 500 people, maybe more, in St. Mary's. But it's just a reminder to me that regardless of where you are, hope is coming with the vaccine. The comment that she shared is this video is a pictorial of the health aides, the PA, the physician's assistant, and personnel getting their COVID shots. It was 13 degrees out, and the mobile office where the vaccine was administered was inside a chartered Cessna 208 Caravan sitting on the airport tarmac there in St. Mary's. After the shot, she and her staff hung out in their heated trucks for about a half an hour to see if they had any allergic reactions. When none showed signs, the Caravan took off to the next village airport. Mr. President, it's just an example that no matter where you are, how remote you may be, the logistics that may be required to provide for this hope that comes by way of the vaccine. People around the country are hopeful. Our job now, as we wrap up, is to make sure that we deliver this relief quickly. I mentioned the COVID relief. I have been fortunate to be teaming with a bipartisan, bicameral group of lawmakers for the past 5 or 6 weeks to see if we couldn't come up with a proposal that could kickstart the COVID talks. And we've had an opportunity for many of us to come to the floor to speak to not only how that came to be, but the ultimate result, which was a multi-hundred-page document, legislation that totaled $908 billion, but it addressed everything from vaccine development and distribution, to what we are going to do to assist our small businesses with additional rounds of PPP, to extensions to unemployment insurance, to what we can do with food assistance, nutrition assistance, what more might be done to help with rental assistance. It was truly responsive to the need. And where we are today is having moved that conversation and that debate forward, I think, in a constructive, in a positive way. We are here with a proposal. Looks different than what we had produced, but that's the nature of what happens in a body where you have to come together to sort out the issues. And what we will have is legislation that, again, like the CARES Act, is likely going to be proven imperfect, but we have to respond to the situation on the ground, whether it's in Alaska or whether it's in Arkansas. And we cannot do it too soon. So this is going to be key, and it's going to be critical. I'm very pleased that legislation that I had introduced that would extend the coronavirus relief funding, the opportunity for states and localities to be able to spend, and tribal governments to be able to spend those funds down, running up against the deadline here of the end of this year, was a real concern for so many. And so that has been included as part of this bigger package in addition to so much that is good. The carrier for all of this is the Omnibus Appropriations Bill. I have been really pleased to be a member of the Appropriations Committee for some years now. I've been chairing the Interior Appropriations Subcommittee. This is significant, certainly for our state, with oversight of our public lands and also of Native affairs, including the EPA. It's a pretty broad portfolio. We've been working on this dutifully as a subcommittee all year. All year. I certainly wish that I had had the opportunity to be able to bring my bill, our bill, to the floor for full debate by all members, and then we could move to the Ag bill, to the T-HUD bill, to the Defense bill, do them all separately. But for a host of different reasons, most of them all come back to politics, unfortunately, we have not been able to do that. That's something that I regret. That's something that I would hope that we, as members of the Senate, can say we can do better. We pledge to do it better every year. We put our colleagues in a heck of a spot. Not all of us are on the Appropriations Committee. Not all of us have the privilege to be a chairman or a ranking member and know the guts and the insides of each aspect of these bills. But we come here with a process like this at a late hour, and we say, this is one where you need to know that we've been working it hard. We've taken into account all the priorities and considerations on both sides. We've worked it back and forth. We've worked it with the House, and here we are. But this is not a good process. We can and we must do better with that. Now, having said that, I am very proud of the Interior bill that we have built. I'm proud of my staff. We were a little bit leaner this year in terms of our staffing, but with good leadership led by Emmy Lefosky and Nana, as well as Lucas on the team, we were able to do the work that we needed to do, and in a way that I am proud of, and proud of their efforts. There's so much that is wrapped up in this bigger, broader bill, and I think it's going to almost be gasp-worthy when you see the 5,000 some odd pages, I'm told, that we will have. It's not only the appropriations, it's the COVID bills. It is the Water Resources Development Bill, the WRDA bill, very, very significant. There are good bills from the Indian Affairs Committee that I have participated in, water bills that we have been working on. But, Mr. President, the one that I want to speak to a little more in detail this evening, and I was hoping that my ranking member, Senator Manchin, might be here on the floor, but not yet. But I wanted to speak about Title Z in the Omnibus bill. Z, I just imagine that they they put us at the end because they figured that we were the best, or maybe because they knew that the process that the Energy Act had gone through had probably been more rigorous and lengthy than just about anything out there. But we are at. But I begin my comments with regards to this Energy Act that is contained in this bill by acknowledging that I'm probably speaking on the floor for the last time as the chairman of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, because I've hit my limit, if you will. I have had the honor and the privilege to be both the ranking member on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee and the ranking member on the committee now for a total of 12 years, which is pretty good. It's pretty good to be in a position to be able to advance legislative policy. And I have been very, very fortunate to work with great members. Senator Bingaman was the chairman when I was his ranking. I worked with Senator Wyden as the ranking when he was chairman. And I have had the great privilege to work with Senator Cantwell when I was the chairman, and now Senator Manchin. And I think about these past 2 years and what we have been able to accomplish, and just kind of the recap of where we've been and how productive we have been as a panel. We started this Congress out with passage of the John Dingell Conservation Management and Recreation Act. This was a bipartisan package of more than 120 different measures focused on public lands, natural resources, and water. We'd worked on a lands package throughout the last several months of 2018, and I want to give former ranking member Cantwell a real big shout out here, because her leadership was very, very key in that process. We weren't able to get it across the finish line at the end of the last Congress, but we reintroduced it in January of 2019. We passed it through the Senate in February, and the President signed it into law in March. That was a pretty good start. 120 bipartisan bills. But these were bills, you think about it, they related to national parks, to forests, to sportsmen's access. We delivered on the federal government's promises to Alaska Natives who had served during the Vietnam War. We permanently reauthorized the Land and Water Conservation Fund, and we provided new authorities to help protect from natural hazards such as volcanic eruptions. I'll note that the Kilauea just erupted on the Big Island of Hawaii. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. So important to be addressing our natural hazards. So we did that at the beginning of the Congress, and then Senator Manchin and I set our sights on something that hadn't been done in a long time, and that was modernization of our nation's energy policies, to make real reforms and bring them in line with our current challenges and our opportunities. And so we started with some very broad-based hearings, and then took a very specific and deep dive into some of the issues and the technologies. And then we started moving bills. We were negotiating, we were reporting dozens of bills as part of our regular order committee process. And knowing how things work around here, we knew that we weren't going to be able to move them each individually as standalone bills, so we wrapped them up into a broader bill. We called it our American Energy Innovation Act. We brought that bill to the floor in February, and we were going just great. We were working through, and it was kind of nice, again, to be the first bill really on the floor when we began our legislative business, and we stalled out. We were interrupted. We were taken off the track by an unrelated dispute over a measure that is jurisdictional to another committee, and this was just at the start of the global coronavirus pandemic. But I said, we're not done. We're not stopping just because we hit a roadblock here. We're going to keep working. We kept working. We kept working. We kept looking for an opening to pass the first major energy bill since 2007. 2007 is a long time if we haven't updated and reformed our energy policies. So it was worth working on. I kept saying, don't Don't count us out. Don't write us off. Over the past few months, we found that opening. We worked with really good partners over on the House side, over at Energy and Commerce and the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee. And we wrote what we have called simply the Energy Act of 2020. Pretty simple, pretty beautiful in my view. But our Energy Act is included now as Division Z in the year-end omnibus. It provides for reforms and new authorities related to a range of emerging technologies, including advanced nuclear, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, carbon removal, renewables, energy storage. It reauthorizes programs that many of us are supportive of and want to advance, weatherization assistance, ARPA-E. It features the bulk of my language related to critical minerals and materials to help us rebuild our domestic supply chains, which we know is so critical. It reflects our strong commitment to cleaner energy to help us address climate change without raising the cost of energy or imposing divisive mandates. So I would suggest to you, Mr. President, that this energy bill is just the perfect bookend for this Congress, because what started as a major lands package is now going to end with a major energy package. And again, I mentioned it's been since 2007. It's the first energy bill, the energy side of Energy and Natural Resources Committee, first energy bill in almost 13 years. It was President George W. Bush who signed the last one on December 19th of 2007. So I want to thank Ranking Member Manchin for his leadership on the energy package, as well as all of the committee members who contributed to it. We had great help within our committee. We had great help within this body. At last count, we were looking at input and contributions from some 70 different members. I also want to acknowledge the extraordinary work of the staffs. I had the opportunity to give a tribute to my staff director, Brian Hughes, who is leaving after many years on the committee. He did a fabulous job advancing this, along with Spencer Nelson, Pat McCormick, Annie Heffler. There were so many others, Lucy Murfitt. That team was extraordinary. But they were joined by an extraordinary team that Senator Manchin had, led by his staff director, Renee. And I apologize, Renee, I'm drawing a blank on the last name, but the individuals there who really helped us advance this, Sam Fowler and so many, we can't thank them enough. I also want to really give sincere thanks to our House partners, because they were this six-corner working group here. Frank Pallone, the chairman at Energy and Commerce Ranking Member Greg Walden, Science Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Science Ranking Member Frank Lewis. We could not have reached an agreement without their leadership and their willingness to work together. But I also want to acknowledge and thank Leader McConnell and Senator Schumer for agreeing to work with us and to help us secure this opening and this commitment. I can't remember how many times Leader McConnell has said, you know, Lisa, you're probably going to figure out a way to pull a rabbit out of a hat here, and I don't know that this is a rabbit out of a hat, but I think persistence has certainly paid off. So I want to thank the teams who really helped to make this happen. And again, in addition to a good energy bill, the year-end Omni also includes the bipartisan water package, featuring 9 provisions that are important to western states like Colorado, Montana, and Arizona. Lane Dixon on my Energy Committee staff was fabulous there. We added a few more lands bills into the final package. Lucy and Annie helped us with that. We really have worked to advance so much out of the committee. All of these accomplishments, our lands package, our energy package, our water package, the lands bills that we try to add to everything that moves and occasionally pass by UC, and measures that I haven't spoken to, including the Great American Outdoors Act. These are all the hallmarks of a highly productive Congress for the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. And I'm very pleased to have been able to shepherd these measures into law. But what I'm proud of more than any piece of legislation, more than anything out there, in the time that I have been able to lead this committee, what I'm most proud of is the bipartisan way in which this committee has operated. Our commitment to bipartisan, which has produced continually good results for our country. And what I found as ranking member and now chairman is that there's simply no substitute for working together and across party lines to find agreement wherever it's possible. So I thank Senator Manchin for following that same approach, to our committee colleagues for their own bipartisanship and collegiality, to our House colleagues who have helped us with that. I see that my friend from the great state of Washington and Pacific Northwest is here. And Senator Cantwell, I want you to know that as I have spoken of the accomplishments of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, I am very thankful and appreciative of your leadership and what you have provided over the years. Working together with your team, we have accomplished good things for the right reasons. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington is recognized.
President, just my colleague from Alaska and the ranking member, Senator Manchin, for their great work in getting this energy provisions that have been, I don't know how many members, but I'm sure just about every member in our body has had something to do with it, and a lot of actual individual legislation. So this is a long effort by our colleague, the chair of the committee, and so thank you for your diligence on this. She's had many of us up to Alaska to look at hydropower and alternative resources and how their grid needs better connectivity and products that can basically sustain and provide energy in sub-zero weather and all sorts of challenges that they face. But clearly, these tools that will be in this legislation will move us forward. So thank you for you and Senator Manchin working so diligently to get this finally over the goal line. It's a big moment. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The majority leader is recognized.
I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote by which cloture was not invoked on the nomination of Eric Soskin, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? Appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman.
Yes.
Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Leffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby,
Sometimes there's something in there you may have thought was benign that we don't like. If there's a possibility of changing resolutions, that's a possibility too.
Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow,
I don't doubt what you're saying. He probably is a good guy and trying to do a good job. It's just
Mr. Sullivan,
resolutions that then say, oh, and it is our responsibility to conquer hunger worldwide. It is, I think,
Mr. Tester,
Christian and someone who takes care of your fellow man. But not
Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey,
we looked at them today, but I'll look back at that.
Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen,
I'll text my staff and we'll relook at it.
Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Capito, Cornyn, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, McConnell, Murkowski, Hall, Risch, Sass, Thune, Tillis, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Booker, Cantwell, Carper, Duckworth, Kelly, Schatz, Van Hollen. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Udall. Mr. Udall, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Jones, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Leahy, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Tester, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no.
Yeah, oh, very well.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Gardner, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Sinema, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Portman, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. Aye.
Has any senator not voted? Does any senator wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. Senate will be in order.
Mr. President,
Majority leaders recognized.
I move to reconsider the vote by which cloture was not invoked on the nomination of Eric Soskin, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be so. There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Leffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Alexander, Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no.
Any senators wishing to vote or change their vote? If not, the yeas are 48, the nays are 46, and the motion to reconsider is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of calendar number 904, Eric J. Soskin of Virginia, to be Inspector General, Department of Transportation, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Eric J. Soskin of Virginia to be Inspector General, Department of Transportation, shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin.
One vote yes.
Oh, I'll get him in a minute. I got people here. Okay. Yeah, I got people. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Paul. Yeah, I got people. Yes, sir. I've got people. Thank you. Thank you. You can't be here. Sorry, Mr. Brown. Murray. She's bugging me. Yes, I did. Thank you. I got you. I got you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Romney. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones. Yeah. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Loeffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Udall. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Gardner, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, McConnell, Moran, Murkowski, Paul, Portman, Risch, Roberts, Romney, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Mr. Barrasso, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Cardin, Carper, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Jones, Kelly, King, Menendez, Merkley, Murray, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Van Hollen, Warren, and Wyden. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Inhofe, aye. You were no. Yeah. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Alexander, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Udall, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Leahy, aye. I don't know about that. Mr. Leahy, no. Where? Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Tester, No. Mr. Brown? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mr. Crapo? Aye. Yep. Mr. Coons? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Casey? No. Mr. Markey? No.
Are there any senators wishing to vote or change their vote? If not, the yeas are 48, the nays are 44. Upon reconsideration, the motion is agreed to. Senator from North Carolina.
Mr. President, I rise, and in a moment I'll ask unanimous consent to right a wrong that's lingered for over a century and to call up and pass H.R. 1964, the Lumbee Recognition Act. Prior to that, I want to say that I'm honored with my colleague, Senator Tillis, to represent the Lumbee people. The Lumbee are the largest Native American tribe east of the Mississippi River, with a membership of over 60,000. They have called the present-day counties of Robeson, Scotland, Hoke, Cumberland, their home in North Carolina. They've been a cohesive part of the community in North Carolina for centuries, and they've developed unique tribal instructions that have served their membership well in the face of extraordinary adversity. They've been teachers, farmers, doctors, small business owners, sheriffs, clerks of court, state legislators, and judges. Many have protected our nation by serving in the armed forces. Their contribution to their community, to the state of North Carolina, to the country is innumerable. Their commitment to education is unparalleled. In the 1800s, the state authorized the tribe to run the state school district for Lumbee children. The state also authorized the opening of a specially advanced Indian school known as a normal school to train teachers to teach in Lumbee Indian schools. Although the state provided no money for construction for the facilities, the Lumbees pulled together and constructed an Indian normal school of their own. Since then, the Indian school has been in operation continuously. Today, it's the University of North Carolina at Pembroke. The state of North Carolina recognized the Lumbee tribe in 1885. 3 years later, the tribe began its quest for full recognition. Over the next 50 years, they repeatedly petitioned the federal government for assistance, but to no avail. Then, during the height of the shameful termination era, Congress passed the Lumbee Act of 1956. This partial recognition designated the Lumbees residing in Robeson and adjoining counties of North Carolina as the Lumbee Indians of North Carolina, while simultaneously blocking the Lumbees from accessing federal services benefits available to other federally recognized tribes. It's nothing short of discrimination. To put this in context, 4 other tribes were terminated by Congress in 1956 like the Lumbees. All have had their federal recognition status restored. Only the Lumbees have yet to receive the full federal recognition they deserve. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, in 2018, this Senate recognized Indian tribes. In 2019, 7 tribes in Virginia were recognized by this Congress and this Senate. Mr. President, it's unfortunate while the Lumbee tribe is incredibly resilient, decades of discrimination have caused severe economic consequences for the people. Robeson is one of the poorest counties in the United States. The 1956 law has put them on an unequal footing compared to other federally recognized tribes, and it's prevented them from obtaining access to critical services through the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Indian Health Service. This is simply unjust and it's immoral. To correct this injustice, since 1987, members of North Carolina's congressional delegation from both sides of the aisle have repeatedly come together to introduce the Lumbee Recognition Act, which would grant full federal recognition to the tribe. Over the past 11 years, I've been proud to be the lead sponsor of this legislation in the Senate, and it's always been a bipartisan effort. This year, this bill, led by a Democrat member of the House of Representatives, G.K. Butterfield, supported by Congressman Hudson and Congressman Bishop, both Republicans, last month passed the Lumbee Recognition Bill by voice vote unanimously. Let me say that again. By voice vote unanimously. You would think that this great deliberative body could process and understand really the discrimination that's going on here to these folks. People claim that the Lumbees are not a tribe, yet read the statistics. It's the largest tribe east of the Mississippi River. I think they finally educated the House. But despite the overwhelming support for doing the right thing, Congress has yet to actually do it. Mr. President, the time for excuses is over. The time for action is now. It's time to finally do what should have been done 130 years ago. It's time for the federal government to recognize the Lumbees for the tribe they are. I've had a great partner in Senator Tillis, and I would yield to him for any comments he would like to make.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Burr for his leadership and leaning into this for many years before I even joined the Senate. I want to thank Senator Dole for filing this bill that actually even had Senator McConnell's co-sponsorship many, many years ago. I want to thank the Lumbee people for their patience, but quite honestly, when you're talking about the 9th largest tribe east of the Mississippi River, the 9th largest in the nation, and the largest tribe east of the Mississippi River, a tribe that has been seeking recognition since 1888. They were recognized as Indian by the state of North Carolina in 1885. In 1956, they were partially recognized. We heard a unanimous vote coming out of the House. They were prepared to provide recognition. And in November, we heard President Trump and Vice President Biden both say that they supported recognition. So we are so close. There is a compelling case. It is a century in the making. And the fact that we couldn't get this through today when it passed unanimously out of the House just a month ago, I think is a shame. So I appreciate Senator Burr for his patience and his tenacity. We're not going to let this go. Hopefully it gets done tonight. But we've got to recognize that the Lumbee people deserve recognition, they deserve respect, and they've been fighting for it for a century, and I'm going to fight for it as long as I'm in the U.S. Senate. I yield.
Colleague, and I'll reiterate, Mr. President, if for some reason there's an objection, and I think there will be tonight, either before we swear in a new Congress or after we swear in a new Congress, I promise my colleagues this place will come to a grinding halt, and we will take up, through regular order, the Lumbee Recognition Act. We'll debate it for as long as people want to, and we'll make the case as to why this discrimination is despicable. So at this time, as if in legislative session, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Indian Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1964 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Montana.
I object.
Objection is heard.
My colleagues for their time tonight, and I urge all of our colleagues to prepare. This will be back up. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Transportation, Eric J. Soskin of Virginia to be Inspector General.
Senator from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the recognition. I would ask unanimous consent that the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged and the Senate proceed to an en bloc consideration of the following nominations: PN 1938, PN 2024, PN 2101, PN 2030, and PN 2025. That the Senate vote on the nominations en bloc with no intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table en bloc. The President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, first of all, let me say to my good friend from New Jersey, I fully agree with the 5 nominees that he has put in front of the Senate. Indeed, we had good confirmation hearings on all 5 of those. And none of those 5, nor the one I'm going to talk about in a second, are political appointments. These are career people who've had a long and distinguished service with the Secretary of State. And they are all very legitimate appointees to the places that they're appointed to, which I'm going to reiterate here in just a minute. But in any event, one was left off the list, and I know Senator Booker has some issues with that. But I think in the spirit of cooperation, in the spirit of bipartisanship, he offers 5, and I'll offer a compromise of 1 more. I know that I think that's absolutely fair, 5 for 1. But, Mr. President, I object. And indeed, I would ask unanimous consent that we do as suggested by Senator Booker, and that is discharge from the committee and approve the following 6 nominations. PN 1938, Mr. Kevin Blackstone, class of Minister Consular to be Ambassador to the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. PN 2024, Ms. Cynthia Kirsch, class of Consular to be Ambassador to the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. PN 2101, Mr. Brian D. McFeeters, class of Minister Consular to be Ambassador to Malaysia. PN 2025, the Honorable Gita Pasi, class of Career Minister to be Ambassador to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. PN 2030, the Honorable David Reimer, class of Consular to be Ambassador to the Republic of Sierra Leone. And finally, the Honorable William E. Todd, PN 1598, to be Ambassador to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. As I said, none of these are political. They've all have long and distinguished careers with the State Department, all have great backgrounds to be ambassadors. And I appreciate Senator Booker helping me move all 6 of these forward. And so with that, I ask unanimous consent that all 6 of those be discharged and be confirmed at this time.
Will the senator so modify?
I just want to say I appreciate my friend and my colleague, and truly, when he invoked the spirit of cooperation and the spirit of bipartisanship, I felt lucky that he didn't invoke the spirit of Christmas as well. That might have been too much for me. But I do want to let him know that indeed the 5 people are non-political individuals with the State Department. I wish we could just move them and get confirmed, but I do have an objection to the 6 that he would seek to add, and so I will not modify my request.
Is there objection to the original request? Objection is heard.
Say a few words.
Senator from New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and it's good to see you in that seat, sir. Mr. President, the post of Ambassador to Pakistan is one that is highly relevant to American national security, as I think all 100 of us understand. The person selected to implement the U.S. foreign policy and engage diplomatically with the Pakistani government must be someone who understands the American-Pakistani relationship and the complex and evolving challenges to regional stability in South Asia. The person must also be someone who can be trusted by the American people and by their colleagues at the State Department to carry out U.S. foreign policy decisions. Unfortunately, there is a disturbing and documented pattern of behavior from Mr. Todd that I believe makes him unqualified to serve as our ambassador to Pakistan. From 2017 to 2019, Mr. Todd served in a variety of management positions at the State Department, including acting Director General and Assistant Secretary for Human Resources and acting Undersecretary for Management. During that time, the House Committee on Foreign Affairs and the State Department and the Senate Foreign Relations Committee opened investigations into allegations that senior State Department officials, including Mr. Todd, for engaging in prohibited personnel practices against other members of the State Department's career workforce. As a result of these investigations, multiple State Department officials told the committees that the administration wanted to punish career officials at the State Department, often for doing their jobs, for following procedures and protocols, and also punish them for just raising concerns about policies that they believe sincerely would be dangerous or deleterious to American interests. Mr. Todd was one of the people political appointees turned to help carry out a lot of those actions. And when asked about those allegations, even in the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, it was reported clearly that he was unreasonably agitated, even raising his voice when asked about just these routine issues. The incoming administration has an enormous task. We know the challenges in that region. And the entire State Department, there have been challenges as well. And we should give that new administration the chance and not promote someone for what is a really critical ambassadorialship in a very complex and challenging region. We need to make sure that we have someone prominent in the role who could command the confidence of State Department officials, and that in many ways gives the incoming administration a chance to deal with that vacancy, which has been, I will note, been vacant for 2 years without a nomination. He clearly does not have the temperament or the track record of standing up for his own employees or for the institution of the State Department. We should be doing everything in our power to restore credibility to American leadership, not just overall on the world stage, which I know we all agree on, but also in that region, and work to repair a lot of the harm that this individual may have been involved in creating that hurt morale so much. I have a lot of confidence in the chairman's leadership. We have a committee that often works in a bipartisan manner, and I'm grateful for that. It's one of the pleasures I have in serving in the Senate. This role is critical to the country. The U.S. ambassador to Pakistan. And Ambassador Hale left the post in September of 2018, and it was a year before the administration nominated someone to the post. So I, again, just find it on top of my previous remarks odd that the chairman and others are now saying that we need this ambassador now. I believe that that's not the case. And I believe that there hasn't been an urgency from the administration to fill this ambassadorialship until today. And so it's for these reasons that I oppose Mr. Todd's nomination. And I hope that my colleagues will move the other 5. They are deserving of foreign services, foreign service officers, and should be confirmed. They should not be held up because of objections to the nominee we've been discussing. And so we agree on these 5 nominees. I truly urge my colleagues that we should not obstruct them because of our differences over one. There is a true urgency, I believe, in this season to get what we can agree on done. And a disagreement rooted as substantially as I believe this one is should not hold up the other ones. And that's why I think that nominees to Ethiopia, Mauritania, Malaysia, Sierra Leone, I do really believe that they should be confirmed today. With that, I yield the floor.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Booker for those kind words about the committee, and I want to commit that we'll continue to work in a bipartisan fashion. On the other hand, we have a disagreement here regarding this particular person. He's a well-qualified career State Department nominee. He's been nominated, of course, to be ambassador for Pakistan. Ambassador Todd is a career member of senior executive service. He's well qualified to serve as the ambassador. He's currently serving as the Deputy Undersecretary of State for Management. He has a wealth of experience, having previously served as UN ambassador twice to Cambodia and Brunei. His qualifications notwithstanding, now is really not the time to leave the ambassadorship and the mission in Islamabad vacant. The others that we have are also good. I don't think that it's unfair to ask that we have a trade of 5 for 1. So in any event, we will respectfully disagree at this point. I have no doubt as we go forward we'll have other things that we do agree on, but at this time I'm going to continue to object to the 5. Thank you very much, Senator Booker.
Mr. President.
Ambassador from Wyoming.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to discuss critical parts of today's government funding bill that's before us this week. And these are the result of a bipartisan work that we've done. And you're, Mr. President, a member of the Environment and Public Works Committee, a valued member, has contributed significantly to the legislation before us. And as chairman of that committee, I am so grateful for your participation, because I'm going to talk about some things that we've been able to do on the Environment and Public Works Committee together and in a bipartisan way. You've done such a remarkable job with the Save Our Seas legislation, and we've continued to support that. And now I'm going to talk about a couple of additional things that is part of this end-of-the-year legislation that we'll be voting on later this evening. And the first is historic bipartisan climate innovation legislation. And the second is comprehensive legislation to upgrade America's water infrastructure. So I want to talk about two different things. One is the climate innovation legislation, and then what is commonly known as the WRDA bill, the Water Resource Development Act. But both of these measures passed the committee with unanimous bipartisan support. So, the Republicans and Democrats on this committee have worked together to reduce emissions and to do it through innovation, not taxation, not regulation, but do it through innovation. Free market innovation, not punishing government regulations. And I believe that that is the best way to go as we address the challenges of our environment and our climate. We have reached a historic agreement in the committee, and we will on the floor of the night in the Senate, a historic agreement to include environmental innovation provisions in this government funding bill. The environmental innovation agreements include 3 specific bills that will significantly reduce greenhouse gases. And I've had the privilege of working closely with my friend, the committee's ranking member, Tom Carper from Delaware, on each of these 3. The first is called the Use It Act. This legislation ensures that Washington is a willing partner in the research and the development of carbon capture technologies and projects. Carbon capture holds the key to significant carbon emission reductions. These captured emissions can be used to create building materials, medical supplies, even clothing. They can also be used to extract more natural resources to provide more energy for all of us. So the Use It Act is going to expedite permitting so that important carbon capture projects can get moving. It supports the research and the use of carbon capture. It includes direct air capture, capture actually of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and that will take carbon emissions straight out of the air. It's very innovative. This kind of research now, it's already happening in my home state of Wyoming, in Gillette, Wyoming, at the Integrated Test Center, which is associated with the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources. And I've worked closely with Senators Whitehouse and Capito and Carper on the Use It Act and having it passed, first, Mr. President, through our committee, then through the full Senate, and tonight in a bill that will be ultimately sent to the President of the United States for his signature. The second measure, part of this innovative work, is a bill sponsored by Ranking Member Carper to reauthorize the Diesel Emissions Reduction Act. Now, this program has already significantly reduced the amount of black carbon in our air by replacing older engines in buses, from school buses, in trucks, and in other vehicles. This is working well. These replacement engines make diesel equipment cleaner and more efficient. The legislation that will reauthorize this evening is this important program will then continue all the way through the end of 2024. The last element of our bipartisan agreement will phase down the use of chemicals known as HFCs. These chemicals are in every home in America, from cars to refrigerators to air conditioners. This agreement is going to authorize a 15-year phase down of the production of these chemicals. Innovative breakthroughs, Mr. President, in chemistry have led to development of cleaner replacement chemicals. This legislation tonight will help protect our air while keeping costs down for American people. Importantly, the bipartisan agreement we've come up with, safeguards the essential use of HFC chemicals when substitute chemicals are less effective. So some examples include, bear spray that we use it in Wyoming. I know they use it in Alaska, Mr. President. It protects hikers. It's also used in fire suppression systems on planes to protect travelers, and we need it. Now, I know in my hometown of Casper, the defense spray manufacturer, the Safari Land Group, employs about 75 people. They use HFC chemicals to make defense sprays. It's a critical, important part of their business. And if they were forced to use replacement chemicals, those sprays would be far less effective. Well, if you're around a bear, you want to make sure you have the most effective spray available. So with the changes that we've negotiated into this important bill, companies like the Safari Land Group will be able to continue making high-quality products that people want and people need and can save their lives. Now, we also made sure that the manufacturers using these chemicals have a clear set of rules to go by. One clear set of rules to go by. So our agreement preempts state and local laws to ensure the specific essentials that are being used are protected. Now the manufacturers won't have to deal with different sets of rules in different states, which has been a real problem, Mr. President. This clears that up. And the end result is clean air and clear rules. We need both of those. So I really want to thank Ranking Member Carper, Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana for working with me to reach an agreement that will reduce the use of HFC chemicals while protecting consumers and manufacturers alike. So all of these three measures, Mr. President, support market innovation. All three will reduce greenhouse gases, and they will do it in ways that will not harm the economy. Now, the government funding bill that we're going to be addressing a little later this evening also includes bipartisan water infrastructure legislation. I know, Mr. President, in your home state of Alaska and my home state of Wyoming, water is critical, as it is across the entire country, but you and I have focused specifically on this. Certainly in Wyoming, dams and levees and ports and reservoirs and water systems are important to every community all across the country. The infrastructure is critical. People say the word is infrastructure, but when we think about it, what it really means are dams, ports, reservoirs, levees, water systems. That really, I think, shows more what we're talking about than just this overall word infrastructure. But it protects all of us from dangerous floods and storms while also providing water for our families and our farms. The government spending bill tonight includes the Water Resource Development Act of 2020. It's the result of months of negotiations between committee leaders from the Senate and the House of Representatives. The bipartisan legislation is fiscally responsible, it helps grow the economy, it cuts red tape, and it makes our communities safer. It will spur economic growth by creating jobs and by authorizing vital projects. In my home state of Wyoming and across the Rocky Mountain West, access to consistent water supply is essential for ranchers and farmers. The water that we need in our home states to grow crops and raise cattle has to be delivered on time. In several communities, the water reservoirs that serve farmers and ranchers happen to be old. These aging reservoirs and irrigation systems need maintenance or full rebuilding. This bill makes these projects a significant priority. The legislation will also establish a new Army Corps of Engineers program for construction of new, small water storage projects or the expansion of existing ones. It will also authorize the Army Corps of Engineers to carry out sediment removal projects in water reservoirs. This improves water quality and it increases water quantity. The bill authorizes projects to maintain shipping lanes, to deepen ports, to upgrade aging dams, and to increase water storage across the West. Now, maintained shipping lanes ensure that American-made goods are shipped from the heartland to the coasts and around the world. Deepened ports result in increased commerce. In our major ports, when they are dredged and deep, then more ships can use them to export more goods. So these projects that we are going to adopt tonight all will create jobs and expand commerce in America's cities and the heartland. To ensure these important projects get moving, the bill cuts red tape to speed up the Army Corps of Engineers process. The Water Resource Development Act is going to expedite the permitting, the construction, the repair, and the maintenance of many Army Corps projects. Communities can't afford to wait years and years, Mr. President, for flood management or water storage projects in order to be completed. They need them now. Now, finally, this legislation will make communities safer. The critical infrastructure projects included here will help prevent damaging floods by maintaining dams and levees. Floods can take a terrible toll on property damage and on human life. The legislation allows the Army Corps of Engineers to focus efforts on fixing aging flood management infrastructure. It prioritizes the dams and levees most at risk. Now, I'd like to really thank House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Chairman Peter DeFazio and Ranking Member Sam Graves for working with us to get this legislation to the finish line. I want to thank Infrastructure Subcommittee Chair Capito, Ranking Member Cardin for their work as well. So, Mr. President, as I wrap this up and thank you for your involvement, I want to thank every member of the Environment and Public Works Committee, and specifically Ranking Member Tom Carper. His staff has worked so closely with mine, working with me to make this bill, and I'm so grateful for his partnership as we worked together over the last 4 years, as I served as chair and he served as ranking member. We have not always agreed on every issue. We've respected the positions of each of us. We've worked, found common ground, found solutions, and I believe made a real difference for the economy, as most importantly here, the environment. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Pennsylvania. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask consent to speak as if in morning business. Without objection. Mr. President, I rise today to express concern over a monumental breach to the nation's national security infrastructure. Last week, the Washington Post, among other publications, reported hacks of several government agencies by way of the SolarWinds platform over several months. The New York Times, on the 17th of this month, in a headline that included these words, quote, "Officials warn of grave risk," unquote. But in that report, the New York Times indicated that at least 40 companies, government agencies, and think tanks had been infiltrated. The infiltrated agencies include the Departments of Defense, State, Homeland Security, Treasury, Commerce, Energy, and Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration, as well as the National Institutes of Health. So that's about 7 different entities if you include the Department of Energy as one entity and hacking in different parts of the department. And there could be more. All the reporting indicates that the hackers are affiliated with Russian intelligence. Russia has proven itself both capable and willing to invade and exploit our digital infrastructure for its own ends. While Secretary of State Mike Pompeo confirmed that Russia was behind this damaging breach of our systems, President Trump is casting doubt, and that might be an understatement. Even in the waning days of his administration, our national security continues to suffer at the hands of the President's deference to Vladimir Putin. And I have to say for the record, I hope this number changes, but only about 10 Republican senators have expressed concerns. I hope that number grows exponentially in the next couple of days. I have to ask, what if this breach occurred under a Democratic president, President Obama, for example? Would there be more than 10 statements, or 11 or 12? This should be categorically, roundly condemned by every United States senator of either party. These hacks renew the urgency for additional resources for defensive cybersecurity across our government. This need is not a new one. In fact, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, known as CISA, C-I-S-A, was stood up within the Department of Homeland Security in 2018 precisely to shore up the United States government's defenses against such hacks, such intrusions. However, as we all know, just days after the 2020 presidential election, President Trump fired CISA's director, Chris Krebs, for contradicting the president's own false claims regarding the election. The president has failed to take this hack, this attack on our security, this attack on our government. He's failed to take it seriously. This hack raises serious questions about the nature of cyber espionage and what constitutes hostile acts by another country. These are questions I look forward to exploring as we learn more about the scope and nature of this latest breach. While both of our countries certainly engage in espionage, we must be vigilant in the protection of our own data and technology from foreign interference. And we need to hear more from senators on both sides of the aisle about this attack. The second and related issue is the reporting just in the last day or so. Reports that the president may be seeking to invoke the Insurrection Act to impose martial law and refuse to step down from the presidency next month. The reporting indicates that these discussions took place in the Oval Office. I would argue, I think most Americans would argue, that even the mere discussion of martial law, the mere mention of it, the mere invocation of the whole notion of martial law is both harmful and dangerous. Republican senators so far have not condemned these actions that blatantly violate democratic norms. Maybe one, maybe two. I hope that number grows as well. But the silence from the majority party in the Senate on this report is deafening. I would hope that every senator would roundly condemn the mere mention of martial law. Attempting to seize election machines, that would be the effect of the invocation of of martial law, if it were operationalized. Election machines in a number of states seized by the government of the United States. Got to ask the question, in America? In the United States of America? Is that what the White House is really discussing? All that America expects, and it's not much, all that America expects is that senators of both parties would condemn in the strongest possible terms even the discussion of martial law. The Army Secretary and the Army Chief of Staff released a joint statement clarifying, based on these dangerous actions proposed by the President's team, that, quote, there is no role for the U.S. military in determining the outcome of an American election. It's hard to believe that those officials in our government that help defend our country would even have to say that, based upon what the reporting indicates. So, Mr. President, I hope that even in this holiday season, that it's made very clear by every member of the United States Senate that this will not be tolerated and has to be condemned. We can't just say, oh, well, it's another outrage, another insult. It should be condemned, just like the actions of the Russian government should be condemned as well. Mr. President, I ask consent that the remainder of my remarks appear in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Just wanted to make a couple of brief comments about the legislation we're going to be voting on, we hope, tonight. I'll talk about not the, for purposes of time, not the spending bill, but the spending portion, the so-called omnibus. I'll talk about the COVID-19 relief provisions. I won't go through all of them, obviously, but a lot of good news for many Americans in this legislation. The consensus on unemployment benefits will help a lot of Americans, $300 per week for all Americans receiving unemployment benefits through March 14th. The Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program is extended to help self-employed individuals, gig workers, and others in non-traditional employment. The economic impact payments for Americans across the country of $600 for individuals making up to $75,000 a year, and $1,200 for couples making up to $150,000 per year, as well as a $600 payment for each dependent child. That means a family of 4 would receive $2,400 in direct payments. The Paycheck Protection Program, so-called PPP, $284 billion for the first and second PPP forgivable loans. There's more money for transportation, more money for health, in particular the money for the procurement of vaccines and therapeutics, as well as money for vaccine distribution. Education is funded for more than $80 billion. Emergency rental assistance, $25 billion. The Postal Service, $10 billion. Child care, $10 billion. Both very important. The one I'm especially grateful for, even though on a lot of these I would vote for higher numbers, a lot of us would, the nutrition provisions, $26 billion in agriculture and nutrition funding. Half of that will be used for direct payments to farmers who have suffered losses due to the impact of the pandemic. The remaining 13, the other half of the 26, $13 billion will be used to combat food insecurity, which is on the rise due to the economic impact of the pandemic. Mr. President, there's a lot in here that is positive for American families, for workers, for small businesses, and for so many other needs. It took way too long. This is months overdue. There are gaps in it. I think this is a 3-month bill to help folks get through January, February, and March. I think we'll need another bill after that. And obviously, I'm very disappointed we don't have dollars in here to help nursing homes, which I fought very hard for. We'll keep up that fight. It doesn't have the direct help to state and local governments, even though there are provisions that will help states, but not nearly enough. So it is far, far from perfect, but I think it's important that we pass it to provide direct help to people that have challenges with whether it's employment or running a small business or supporting their families. Last point I'll make on this, Mr. President, is we gather here today, and we hope the vote will be tonight before midnight, but we don't know. But it's just ironic that today is the 21st of December, the winter solstice, the darkest day of the year. I was noting this weekend, Elizabeth Diaz wrote an op-ed, a very thoughtful op-ed in the New York Times about winter and all of the ways different cultures have dealt with the darkness and the severity of winter. But here's what she says, and I hope it provides a context for what we're about to pass and what we must do in the months ahead when the virus is still raging and the death number keeps climbing. Quote, here's what Elizabeth Diaz says, quote, "The great irony of winter is that the moment darkness is greatest is also the moment that light is about to return. Each year, the winter solstice comes with the promise that the next day will be brighter," unquote. We hope and we pray in this season of hope, in this season of this holiday season, we hope and we pray that this legislation will bring some light to people's lives, that will give them a sense, in addition to having a vaccine available now, give them a sense that brighter days are ahead. But we can't underestimate the darkness that has engulfed so many families. But we hope tonight that we provide at least a measure of light to all the darkness that so many families have faced. Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyoming.
I ask unanimous consent to engage in a colloquy with my friend and colleague from the state of Delaware, Senator Tom Carper.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had just recently been talking about a number of pieces of legislation that have come through the Environment and Public Works Committee, the Water Resources Act, the Use It Act, the act called DERA to eliminate and reduce emissions from diesels, and as well as additional legislation on HFCs. And my partner in all of those is here on the floor now, and I would just like to ask him if he wouldn't mind, since he's been such a great partner for the last 4 years that I chaired the committee, to talk about this as an accomplishment for the environment, for the committee, and for the Senate, and for the country. So I'm just kind of curious from your standpoint where you see things as a sign of success.
If it's, my colleague will yield. Senator Casey leaves. I thought your point about longest night and every day that follows will be brighter. And some of the provisions that Senator Barrasso and I, and along with John Neely Kennedy, have included in the this major budget piece of legislation ensure that it will be brighter. And the legislation, one of the pieces of legislation is, Senator Barrasso knows, it deals with the phase down of HFCs, hydrofluorocarbons. They're 1,000 times worse for climate change than carbon dioxide. And under the legislation that we have offered, we'll phase down their utilization over the next 15 years by 85%. What is that worth? It's worth 0.5 degrees Celsius. Just as one thing, just as one provision. And if a lot of people on this planet think the biggest challenge that we face on this planet right now, an existential threat, is the fact that our planet is getting warmer, and we need to do something about it. And in this legislation, we do take a big bite out of it. And my hope is what it'll be. It'll serve as a source of encouragement for other Democrats and Republicans, maybe an independent or two, to take other steps as we come back in the new year with a new administration and make further progress. One of the great things I love about our HFC legislation, thanks, colleague. One of the great things, Mr. Chairman, I love about our HFC legislation is that it shows that you can do good things for our planet and create jobs. That's what it says. Do good things for our planet in this kind, in the battle against climate change, and create jobs. How many jobs? Tens of thousands of jobs in this country. In this country. Billions of dollars worth of economic growth in this country. And at the same time, doing good things with respect to climate change. Interestingly, it's not every day you find legislation supported by the National Association of Manufacturers, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, most major environmental groups, and co-sponsored by, 2/3 of the Senate, Democrats and Republicans alike. In that case, we've done it. We threaded a needle. And I just want to thank the chairman for his leadership and for his patience and staff in working with us. And our thanks to Richard Russell, your staff leader on the majority side, Mary Frances Repko, the staff leader on our side, and everybody that worked with her. About, a decade or so, more than a decade ago, I remember standing, to my colleague, John Barrasso, I remember standing right over, close to where you're standing tonight. And a guy named George Voinovich came up to me from Ohio. He and I had been governors together for a number of years, loved the guy. And he said, I'm looking for a Democratic co-sponsor for a bill. And you said, you want to think about it? And I said, well, what is it? He says, it's a proposal that fosters collaboration between businesses, folks who have buses with diesel engines, trains with diesel engines, boat with diesel engines, trucks with diesel engines. And it uses some federal money, some government money, in order to use technology that's available to reduce the emissions from those diesel engines by more than 80%. And I said, tell me more. And he told me more. And about a day or two later, we signed on and introduced the legislation. He was kind enough to let me be his Democratic lead. 1 month later, it was enacted. I mean, I've been here 20 years. I've never seen legislation with that kind of effect go through just like that. It was pretty amazing. And every so often, we reauthorize it. We increase the authorization. And we've done it again with respect to reauthorizing the Diesel Emission Reduction Act. One of the things I love about it, it gets a lot of different stakeholders involved. And for a limited amount of federal dollars, we can have a multiplier effect And it can be for every federal dollar, $5, $6, $7, $8 that are come in from the private sector. And so that's the way we ought to do it. And the last one is use it. We have, not many people think Delaware is a farm state, but we raise a ton of chickens. And I think for every person in my state, there are like 300 chickens or more. And those chickens, they eat corn and soybeans. We raise the corn and soybeans. And our farmers, they have land that's close to the beach. We have a bunch of five-star beaches in Delaware, Rehoboth and Bethany, Dewey, and others. And there's always pressure for development and encroachment on our farms, and developers are trying to buy out the farmers and pave paradise and put up a parking lot. and what we have figured out how to do is, and it's just not, we haven't figured out through this legislation, the so-called Use It Act, but what we do is the idea is to take carbon out of the air and to use it for a better purpose. One of those better purposes is to replenish the soil. In my state, in Wyoming, in Montana, and other places, so that our farmers will be less inclined to leave the land. They'll stay on the land, they'll be able to make money, support themselves and their family. It's just, it creates a virtuous cycle. And that's a wonderful thing. Well, I don't think we're going to be joined here yet. I call him just to give him a heads up, but I don't think he's able to get here that quickly. But John Neely Kennedy from Louisiana was a big part of the work that we did on HFCs. And I just want to say, in his absence, a real big thank you to him. And I want to thank, I think 70 plus senators, Democrats and Republicans alike, who co-sponsored our HFC bill. I want to thank our leadership, especially on our side, but on both sides, for pushing to make sure that these three bills would be included in the final compromise. So in addition to all the other things that were accomplished, and Senator Casey and others have talked about that, but we've actually done some good things for our planet. And Senator Brasser is going to move over and be the senior Republican on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee come January. And I will remain on Environment and Public Works, be the senior Democrat. But I just want to say this has been a wonderful partnership, just a wonderful partnership. Fun, funny, serious when we had to be, collegial, and really focused on getting things done for Wyoming, for Delaware, for the other 48 states as well. So you're not going to wait too far, and I'll still be around. We'll have a chance to work on other things, but it's been a real joy to work with you on these three items, and hopefully in the future we'll have many, many more.
Well, thank you so much, Senator Carper. I appreciate it. And, you know, it's interesting, Senator Alexander recently gave his speech, his farewell address, and he said that sometimes politics is like a split-screen television set. And on the one half, you see all the fighting and the contention and the dysfunctional side. And on the other side of the screen, you see the functioning side, but not many people look at that functioning side. And what we've been able to do as a partnership on the Environment and Public Works Committee was function in a bipartisan way, coming up with solutions. As you mentioned, over 70 co-sponsors of the one piece of legislation. All of them, I think, got through the committee unanimously. I mean, that's something that it made no news because there wasn't a fight. It was cooperation for the betterment to make sure we protected the economy and at the same time preserved the environment. And that's what we need to do, is to continue to make sure that we can protect both and continue with economic development as well as environmental stewardship for our nation. So thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Washington.
ask the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor tonight to talk about many provisions that are currently moving their way through the House of Representatives and on our way to us. Obviously, our colleagues here are, I think, relieved that we've been able to give relief to the American people. That is, that we've been able to extend unemployment benefits and add bonus to those unemployment benefits in the event of $300 extra per week. That we've been able to expand the COBRA tax credit program to help people who have been unemployed and not been able to continue their insurance, be able to continue health insurance. This is very important for laid-off workers in the state of Washington, like the aerospace workers. Very glad that we were able to give a stimulus check of $600 per individual and $1,200 per married couple, that we were able to get the PPP program that helps small businesses so that they can continue to try to make ends meet as we continue to work our way through this pandemic. And the fact that we've been able to give $9 billion to healthcare workers who are stretched so thin on these battle lines that need every support that we can give them. So I want to talk, too, about the rental assistance. We're at a point where if we didn't act tonight, if we didn't act before we left here, many more people were going to be without homes. And so it's so important for us to have these provisions and programs like SNAP, the additional money for broadband, for health care in broadband, and other things that are essential in helping to communicate during this pandemic for both health care and for education. But I also wanted to mention work that was done in tandem with this legislation, specifically on the affordable housing tax credit. Affordable housing tax credit was always important. Affordable housing was always important, but in a pandemic and a COVID crisis, it becomes even more important. The affordable housing tax credit is something that Senators Young and myself worked on with Senator Wyden and Senator Isaacson, and we wanted to say that we needed to do more than what our current tax code could do in helping build more affordable housing. The affordable housing tax credit is provisions that have been in law since 1986, but actually using the tax credits and how they work have been a fluctuating rate, and so the consequence is the historic rate of what people could get to use the tax credit has changed, and this legislation will put a floor of 4% in to give investors a bigger idea of what this investment can do for the market. We believe that it will add, in the state of Washington, more housing that's needed immediately, more housing that's needed on the national basis, and help us stabilize things in the near term so that we can work on affordable housing and how we can put more incentives for people to build affordable housing. Now, people know affordable housing doesn't just get built. People just don't go out and say, I'm going to build housing at this low rate. The tax credit is a tax credit that helps people, incents them to do it by giving those borrowers the ability to work with the tax credit. But the American people have been greatly impacted by the fact that so many trends, baby boomers reaching retirement age, not being able to save, people being pushed out in the last economic crisis into a rate of unaffordability. It really has been a dramatic increase. According to the Hudson Institute, 60% of our affordable and low-cost housing were lost from the housing stock between 1985 and 2013. So that is the housing that we had that was affordable. Basically, the time period ends, they end up being swallowed up, like so many places in Puget Sound, into market-based rates. Literally, people are pushed out of their housing, and then there's no other affordable housing in the region. So these tax credits can help us build more affordable housing for the long run. Over the next decade, nearly 500,000 low-income housing tax credit unions and 655 other subsidized units will reach the end of their affordability period. Just like I was saying, they're going to get to a point where they're no longer in a protection of affordable housing, and the consequence is that growth in demand is pushing us even higher. For example, seniors, 10,000 baby boomers retire each day. So that means that those low-income seniors, those
woefully inadequate to pay for increasing housing costs are going to be growing every single day and putting more demand on the system. For veterans, nearly 2.5 million older veteran households, almost a quarter of men and women who've helped protect our country, are cost burden. That means they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. So the lack of affordable housing in our country has been a long-standing crisis, but the COVID crisis has made it much worse. 1 in 5 renters are behind on their rent, and the eviction moratorium expires in less than 2 weeks. So, as I said, I'm pleased that we're voting tonight, hopefully, on this legislation that includes a 1-month eviction moratorium and $25 billion for rental assistance, and that we will continue to work on these issues. And I'm glad that we are working on the passage of not just the low-income housing tax credit fix of a 4% floor, but also that we'll continue to work across the aisle on this legislation moving forward. At a minimum, the 4% could increase affordable housing production by at least 130,000 affordable homes over the next decade. That's critically important. 130,000 more affordable homes over the next decade. And it could generate and help us with job growth, 162,000 jobs and about $18 billion in wages and impacts to the economy. So building more affordable housing helps us solve lots of problems. We have an increase in demand, as I just articulated, and a COVID crisis. Investing in affordable housing is very good for us in helping our economy grow and putting a roof over people's head. I'd also like to mention, as part of the small business package, the Paycheck Protection Package, a provision that was supported by so many of our colleagues to help make sure that we continue to get local news and information out to the public. If people understand that local news has been threatened ever since the transition to an information age, and certainly been challenged by what I think are unfair practices by tech companies and the compensation for material and proper reimbursement on advertising. The issue for us is that COVID has created an environment where we absolutely need to get the news, and we absolutely need to get the local news. And so it is imperative that we do what we can in this legislation to help small newspapers, small broadcasters, small radio stations that didn't get previously helped in the last COVID package, so they can continue to communicate important local news to people throughout the United States. I want to thank Senators Schumer, Cardin, and obviously I want to thank specifically Senator Boozman for working so hard on this legislation with me and introducing legislation. I want to thank Senators Klobuchar, Ernst, and many of our other colleagues who signed on to that legislation, as well as our House colleagues, Representatives Velasquez and Cicilline and Sensenbrenner, who all also worked hard on getting this provision in, and Senators Rubio and McConnell for helping us in this process. These provisions are important to help making sure that large public institutions like the University of Washington and others continue to also get information out to the public. So this news information, local information, isn't going to go away with the help and support of this bill, but it may be a lifeline to helping us continue to make sure that we have critical public health information available to the public at all times. And hopefully we will then go on to really understand what's happened to local news and information and do something in the future Congress to help fix the inequities that are existing today. I also, if I could, Mr. President, just I mentioned quickly the issue about broadband. This legislation that we're going to be voting on includes $7 billion for more broadband priorities, $1 billion for connectivity issues for tribal country. And I know, as the presiding officer knows, that Indian country needs a lot of connectivity. So getting more broadband into those communities will be very helpful. The COVID package also contains additional funding that I know Senator Wicker and others worked on for telehealth. Telehealth is a critical path during the COVID crisis to make sure that communities have the ability to get expert advice into our homes, into our communities, to connect people with information. So this telehealth grant, which is a very important program in the state of Washington, I think we probably got something like $8 million previously, from telehealth, and this will help us continue. I am disappointed that we did not include priorities in here for the E-rate program to help close the homework gap. This is something that Senator Markey and others worked on very hard, and it's very disappointing that we can't come to an agreement on something as important as E-rate. This legislation provides the ability for hotspots for people who may be going to college and not going to classes, but in or around a university, and I think that that is a good idea, but we were prohibited from doing the same thing for students at the K through 12 level. If one thing the pandemic has showed us is that students are at home and need to be able to connect, to stay connected to their education schedule, to do their homework, and be part of the education system. So I hope that we will address this inequity in the bill in the future. I am pleased that we were able to, working with Senator Wicker, include language that gives the Federal Trade Commission new authority to seek civil penalties for scams and deceptive practices related to the COVID pandemic. You probably think this is already something that was on the books, but in reality, the way the Federal Trade Commission is operated, they had to give a warning first, almost like a cease and desist. And then next thing you know, the same practice would pop up over here, somebody making a claim about how safe their product was, or how this would stop COVID, or something of that nature. In my home state alone, the FTC reports that consumers have been scammed out of nearly $5 million since the pandemic, and the number is over $200 million nationwide. These scams can range from everything from straightforward identity theft to making all sorts of accusations, on people during the quarantining period. So I want to thank Senator Wicker for working with us on this important legislation. Now the FTC will be able to go after and find these people on first-time offenses. And I think this is so important to do, to make sure that we are policing an environment where public health is so important. And I also want to thank our Representative Schakowsky for leading this effort on the other side of the Capitol. And Mr. President, I also want to talk about very important aviation legislation that we were able to include as part of the larger omnibus package that is moving through the House, as I said, tonight. It's so important that we make safety a #1 priority in the United States. If we want to be #1 in aviation, you have to be #1 in aviation safety. And Chairman Wicker and I worked with our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to produce important legislation that improves the safety reforms needed at the FAA, the safety reforms of oversight of manufacturing and the certification process, and reforms that will help us here in Congress better stay on top of the information as far as the certification process. This is so critical after the crashes of Lion Air 610 and Ethiopian Flight 302, both involving Boeing 737 MAX aircrafts, and the loss of 346 lives. I can never say how painful this incident has been for those families. I can never say how much they have suffered in this horrific tragedy that has befelled them. But I know that these reforms are what are needed, and their help and support in passing this legislation has been critical. I want to thank all of the families who helped us in communicating why these safety reforms are important. But I want to thank particularly Michael Stumo and his wife, Nadia Milaron, who lost their daughter, Samia Stumo, in the Ethiopian air crash, and to let them know that even though we're putting a big down payment on safety reforms in the United States Congress by passing this legislation, this process does not stop with the passage of this legislation. We need to continue to do more to improve aviation safety and to continue to act even on a global basis to be leaders the United States leading a way on what aviation safety needs to be. I also want to thank our staff, Doug Anderson, Ronce Allman, David Martin, Lawrence Wildgoose, Jonathan Hale, Melissa Porter, and David Strickland for their work. And on the other side of the aisle, Mike Reynolds, James Mazel, Simone Perez, Mary Asa England, and John Keast. Many members participated in the formation of this legislation. I want to thank Senator Duckworth for her work with us on the NTSB recommendations and flight deck alert system that were part of this package of bills to reform the FAA and the FAA process. I want to thank Senator Moran for his focus on helping us build those standards that we're talking about as far as the FAA going to ICAO and saying these are the continued standards for improvement in aviation safety. I want to thank Senator Blunt for his leadership on the Air Grant program, a very important program that we think will help build up the expertise and knowledge of very, very technical subject certification for people here throughout the process of oversight and legislating and the executive branch. And I want to thank Senators Cruz and Blumenthal for working on such critical elements in the legislation as to how the certification process itself works and what we needed to do to continue to bolster it. So tonight we're sitting one step closer to reforms that really will be meaningful. It will return the FAA to being in charge of what are the oversight members at manufacturers who are doing the work of a certification process. It is clear the individuals a part of this unit report to the FAA. They are supervised by the FAA. You no longer can have incentives at the FAA for expediting work. You basically now have a new whistleblower protection, thanks to my colleague, Senator Wicker, and his incredible work on this legislation. You have better accountability on misconduct. You create new safety reporting standards for the FAA employees. We repeal authorities that would permit a certification by industry, that industry could continue to make recommendations about the certification process is something in specific provisions that are repealed here. And we also prohibit interference with FAA designees. That is, no one can try to influence a manager or someone directly involved in the certification of the process. We also tried to make sure the process itself worked better, and again, many of my colleagues played critical roles in this. Required a safety system analysis on any plane coming through the process, whether it was new or a derivative. You still have to do a safety system analysis. You have to have regulations that are the most up-to-date as it relates to making sure you comply, as we said in this legislation, with the NTSB recommendations on flight crew alert systems, and to mandate a safety management system for manufacturers. This is something that is long overdue, and in some instances people said, oh, the OMB and executive branch don't think we need to do these things. Oh, these things are cost prohibitive. You know, these are regulations we don't need to put in place. Trust me, having a safety management system is essential, and we should make sure that this is in place as this legislation requires within the next few years. This legislation also requires disclosure of safety critical information. This was something, as I said, our colleagues Senator Blumenthal and Cruz and many others worked on as parts of this legislation. It also provides expert teams of panels at the beginning of any kind of certification process. The FAA will be assisted by the best experts in aviation, whether they come from NASA or the Air Force or outside individuals who understand the latest and greatest technology. Why do we have that? Because we know that we are in an era of unbelievable technological change in which now the human interface with technology is so critical. Whether you're going to be in driverless cars or whether you're Amtrak with positive train control or you're the flight deck of an airplane and the software that's working with it, we need to understand how people are going to respond to human factors. That is, we all get frustrated with our own computers and our own software, but we need to put safety first when it comes to a pilot interacting with that software in the cockpit of an airplane. It also helps us make sure that the process for the certification appeals are strengthened, and to make sure that a new process for that we tighten the process. We need to listen to the engineers on the ground. The engineers are telling us what we need to do, and we need to listen to them. I hope that the leaders both within manufacturing and the FAA will do that. As I mentioned, this legislation establishes a national air grant program. Some of you can think of it here on Capitol Hill as similar to the Sea Grant program, a program that was long established to give us technical expertise on ocean and maritime issues here in Congress. We want the same thing for aviation to exist. It's too important of a sector, and safety is too important to not have a technical skill set here that can stay on top and replace individuals as retirements happen throughout the aviation system. It requires disclosure to Congress of post-crash assessments. That is, if the FAA goes and investigates a crash, you have to at least notify Congress of that information, why we want to stay more on top of that information. It requires an identification of safety trends. I have no doubt we're going to hear when it comes back as these annual reports, or at least for the next several years, we're going to hear that this issue of human interaction in a technology cockpit is going to continue to be the largest safety trend issue, just as it is going to be in the automotive area and just as it is going to be in transportation. So, Mr. President, those are just some of the highlights of a very comprehensive safety reform legislation. I want to thank my colleague, Senator Wicker, for his help, his leadership, his most recent report on whistleblower activity, and helping us get this legislation over the goal line. I also, as I said, want to thank, again, those families. Our hearts and sympathies are still every day with you as you continue to face moving forward. We are not going to forget. We are going to continue to put safety as the biggest priority for us here in the United States Congress, and continue to move forward on a process that puts the individual engineers on the line responsible for safety to make sure everyone continues to listen to their directives and their recommendations. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. I rise this evening out of respect and in memory of the Gove County Sheriff, Alan Weber, who served his community faithfully over the last 2 decades. Alan was born and raised on his family's farm near Park, Kansas, and he went on to marry his high school sweetheart, Connie. The couple has 3 children, Andrea, Brandon, and Corey. And those who know Alan, it was always clear that his family meant everything to him. His many grandchildren were his pride and joy. In 1996, he ran for Gove County Sheriff and served his community faithfully over 2 decades since first elected. Gove County is out in western Kansas. It's flat, it's the prairie, it's windy, it's hot in the summer and cold in the winter. It's farmers and ranchers. It's often a struggle to earn a living in Gove County. I know the county well, and despite those challenges, it's made up of people who work hard, care for each other, and try to make a good life for themselves and their families. In rural areas like Gove County, the sheriff oftentimes wears multiple hats, and Sheriff Weber was no different. In addition to serving as sheriff, he also was the public information officer and the Emergency Operations Center community liaison. Kansans also never failed to step up to help their neighbors in hard times, and Allen did the same. After the tragic death of a neighboring county's sheriff, he stepped up to serve as the interim sheriff in Sheridan County, making him the first person ever to serve 2 counties as sheriff at the same time, a first in Kansas history. And he saw his brothers and sisters in blue as an extended part of his family, and he held them in highest regard. His colleague in law enforcement, his colleague Tim Morse, who's the Jackson County Sheriff on the other side of the state, wrote this. He said, "Kansas has lost a great sheriff. Gove County Sheriff Allen Weber has spent the last couple of months fighting COVID-19 in a Denver hospital. Today, Sheriff Weber was escorted back to Gove County by Colorado and Kansas Highway Patrol, along with countless Kansas sheriffs and law enforcement officers, for one last time. Sheriff Weber was an honorable man who was respected by all, and he will be greatly missed. He respected those in blue, and those in blue respected him. He was a dedicated public service, both in his home community and at the state level. He served as the Kansas Sheriff's Association on its board and as its president. I talked to the Kansas Sheriff's Association today, and they wanted me to recognize Sheriff Weber's professionalism and his dedication, and to tell me that he served president of the association for 2 consecutive terms, which is a rare circumstance and speaks toward his effectiveness in the role and his admiration that his colleagues held for him. His community also loved and respected him. They came together to welcome him home one last time with an honor parade down Highway 212 in Quinter this past Saturday night, with hundreds of cars and people lined up to recognize his service and sacrifice over a lifetime. His wife, Connie, said, "It was such a beautiful homecoming. I know he was bursting with pride and love. After the November election and he woke up in the intensive care unit, I told him he was sheriff for the next 4 years, and he gave me a small smile and nodded his head." Connie says he loved Gove County, community's mind, and was always ready to give the ultimate sacrifice if he had to. There were times that his heart broke doing his job, but he always did what was right. He lived life day to day and enjoyed it and everyone. He worked hard and loved gently. He will be missed by many. The outpouring of love and support, shared memories on the Quinter Community Facebook page has been constant and speaks of the interconnectedness of a small community. I should tell you that the population of Gove County is about 2,612, and the county seat, Gove, population 70. It's places like Quinter, like Gove County, where the sheriff is known by everyone, and the sheriff is interwoven into the life of the community and the county. So many of his friends and family have remarked on Allen's contagious smile, how honorary he was, but most importantly, the selfless way he served people. Those of us in public service ought to look to Allen as a role model in that selfless service of others. Sheriff Allen Weber embodied so many values in Kansas: faith, family, fellowship, service, and good old-fashioned hard work. He will be missed by many, and Rob and I extend our deepest sympathies to his family, both his loved ones, which includes one of my staff members, Chelsea Ladd, his cousin, and his brothers and sisters in blue. May God bless Allen Weber. May we praise him for the life he lived, and may we look to his role model to see that we try to do what he has done. Mr. President, I offer my condolences and respect on behalf of the United States Senate to the to the family of Sheriff Alan Weber, and I yield the floor.
President. Mr. President.
The senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, later tonight, the Senate will vote on comprehensive legislation to fund the government throughout the remainder of fiscal year 2021 and to provide additional long overdue funding to address the ongoing emergency needs of our country during the persistent COVID-19 pandemic. I am proud to have helped lead a bipartisan, bicameral coalition that literally worked night and day to develop a common sense plan that provided the foundation for this final agreement. There are many important components of the package before us, including assistance for struggling families, additional funding for testing, vaccine distribution, and healthcare providers, resources to help our schools operate safely in a COVID environment, aid for the Postal Service and for airlines, airports, mass transit, and motor coach companies that keep our country moving. I come to the floor tonight, however, to focus on one aspect of the agreement, and that is the extension and expansion of the Paycheck Protection Program, better known as PPP. Mr. President, as the presiding officer well knows, the PPP has been a critical lifeline for more than 5 million small employers, at one point helping to sustain the jobs of upwards of 50 million Americans. It was one of the most successful programs in the CARES Act. It was so successful that it went through the initial allotment of money in just 13 days. And then we had to pass additional legislation replenishing it. In the state of Maine, the PPP has provided nearly $2.3 billion in forgivable loans to 28,000 small businesses. That's 3 out of 4 of the small businesses in my state, and has helped sustain more than 250,000 jobs. Mr. President, in its original form, the program provided one-time loans sufficient to support 8 weeks of payroll, plus a limited amount to help cover certain overhead expenses. All of this was completely forgivable as long as the borrowers retained and paid their employees and kept within the other parameters of the program. Our whole purpose was to help our small businesses save jobs and pay their workers, keeping the employer-employee relationship alive so that they could reopen and Americans could quickly return to work when the pandemic subsided. When Chairman Marco Rubio and I, together with Senators Ben Cardin and Jeanne Shaheen, put the PPP together at the onset of the national emergency, none of us could have imagined that the pandemic would still be forcing shutdowns and curtailing operations, and that extreme mitigation measures would be necessary these many months later. Yet sadly, the virus is still spreading, and many of the steps taken to fight it, though they may be necessary to protect public health, threaten catastrophic damage to many of our small businesses and their employees, small businesses that have now spent their PPP loan funds but are still unable to return to normal operations. I talked with a restaurant owner in Bangor, Maine, where I live, who told me that he, because of the size of his restaurant and to comply with the public health spacing and social distancing guidelines, can only have 4 tables a night. And because the governor of Maine has imposed a 9 p.m. curfew, he can't turn over those tables to compensate for the reduced number of people he can serve at one time. It is so tough, and I could hear the pain in his voice when he talked about having to lay off some of his long-standing staff in order to just stay alive. That's why the $284.5 billion provided in this bill to extend and expand the PPP is so vital. The program improvements in this bill are the results of months of work on the part of Chairman Rubio, Ranking Member Cardin, Senator Shaheen, and myself. I'm pleased to see that so much of the Continuing the Paycheck Protection Program Act that Chairman Rubio and I introduced this fall is reflected in this final bill. The final bill also reflects the very hard work that our bipartisan, bicameral coalition put into assistance to small business. Senator Jean Shaheen and I had countless meetings, Zooms, and phone calls to work out the details in conjunction with the rest of the members of our group. I'd like to take a moment to outline a few of the key features that are included in this package. First, the bill will allow the hardest hit small businesses to receive a second forgivable PPP loan to ensure that assistance is targeted to those most in need. Eligibility for these second loans is generally limited to small businesses with 300 or fewer employees that have seen their gross revenues drop by 25% some quarter this year compared to an identical quarter in 2019. Second, recognizing the severe impact that the COVID-19 mitigation measures have had on our restaurants and hotels, the bill maintains the general terms for the loans for these entities, but with an important enhancement. The maximum forgivable loan size for hotels and restaurants is increased to 3.5 times their average monthly payroll costs compared to 2.5 times for other borrowers. This increase in the loan amount will be so critical to the very survival of businesses like Simona's Hot Dog Stand and Restaurant in Lewiston, Maine, and the Angler's Family Seafood Restaurant, which has locations in Hamden, Searsport, and Newport. These small businesses all received forgivable PPP loans during the first round, but faced with continuing dining restrictions and a long, cold winter, they are really worried about their survival and about being able to retain and pay their valued employees. Third, Mr. President, forgivable expenses under the program are expanded in very common sense ways. Supplier costs and investments in facility modifications and personal protective equipment needed to operate safely during the pandemic will now be part of the forgivable overhead expenses. This is especially important to restaurants struggling to adapt dining restrictions or to get a high-quality food supply because, through no fault of their own, they've fallen behind on their bills. Fourth, the bill extends the PPP to small 501c6 organizations that are not lobbying groups and that have 300 or fewer employees, such as local chambers of commerce and economic development organizations. Fifth, and I want to give credit to our colleague, Senator Kramer, for this concept. The bill greatly simplifies the loan forgiveness process for small borrowers with loans of no more than $150,000 and directs the Small Business Administration and the Treasury Department to develop a simplified loan forgiveness form for these borrowers. Mr. President, I remember when the first form came out, and it was 14 pages long and so complicated that you would need an advanced degree in economics or a CPA to help you figure it out, even if you had a very small loan. The bill to guard against fraud and abuse also provides the SBA with $50 million in additional audit funding. Finally, Mr. President, the bill sets aside funding for smaller businesses and borrowers in underserved communities to ensure that they get the help that they need through, for example, CDFIs and minority business associations and depository institutions. It also includes $25 million for the Minority Business Development Agency. Mr. President, the Paycheck Protection Program is the result of a bipartisan commitment to support our small businesses and their employees, to keep them afloat, businesses afloat, the employees paid during this pandemic. It has been, by any measure, a tremendous success. But many of these hardest hit small businesses require more help now in order to survive, and this bill aims to provide that help. Before I close, Mr. President, I want to talk briefly about another provision of the bill, and that is the grant assistance provided for live venues, museums, and movie theaters. Now, let me make clear that I support funding for our community-based live venues. I know they've really been hurt. They've had to cancel their seasons. They've lost all their ticket revenues. They are in real danger. And I've enjoyed these throughout Maine, like the Ogunquit Playhouse or the Central Theater for Performing Arts in Dover Foxcroft. They are the heart and soul of our smaller communities. But I was disappointed to see that the final bill has stripped provisions from our bipartisan bicameral group that we included in our package to try to keep the focus of these grants on these smaller entities. Specifically, our proposal would have limited the grant amounts that related entities could receive to no more than $10 million and excluded museums with endowments larger than $75 million. Common sense safeguards. Now, I do appreciate that the legislation sets aside $2 billion for entities with 50 employees or fewer, but I'm concerned that as drafted, many venues and museums with significant endowments and other resources could be the largest beneficiaries of this section because of the safeguards that were stripped out by the negotiators. For example, a museum in New York City, say, with $1 billion endowment could receive an outright grant as long as the museum has an auditorium and meets the other eligibility requirements. Mr. President, that surely does not seem like an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars to me. and was clearly designed to help large city venues that will survive without our help. Nevertheless, Mr. President, I am pleased to support this package. This COVID relief is vitally needed for our struggling families, for our hard-hit small businesses, for our challenged schools, for our stressed healthcare system, to promote the distribution of the vaccine and more testing, and to help our overwhelmed Postal Service. I urge support for the package, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader,
I ask consent to complete my remarks before the vote.
without objection.
With the Senate poised to complete some major business for the country and wrap up a most unusual year, I want to express some gratitude to the men and women behind the scenes who make our work possible. Passing an historic rescue package and a full-year funding bill would be a serious undertaking, even in ordinary circumstances. And of course, this pandemic year has brought anything but ordinary circumstances to the Senate, just like everywhere else. For about 10 months and counting, COVID-19 has imposed new challenges on hundreds of people who are already plenty busy enough. After much of the Senate worked remotely in April, we came back to work in early May, like the essential institution that we are. Month after month, we've taken smart and careful precautions and remained an exemplary safe workplace. And all along, we've not just continued to govern, but completed landmark confirmations and historic legislation for the American people. None of this would have been possible without many people beyond the 100 of us with our names on these desks. I want to thank the Office of the Secretary of the Senate, led by Julie Adams and Mary Sue Jones. This team encompasses everyone from the talented professionals who sit on the dais to the official reporters of debates, to dispersing, and many other offices. Thanks to our parliamentarian, Elizabeth McDonough, who faithfully calls the balls and strikes. She won the admiration of our temporary presider, Chief Justice Roberts, before we reclaimed her as the Senate's own. Thanks also to the Senate Sergeant at Arms, Mike Stenger, and Jennifer Hemingway, and their whole team, from the doorkeepers to the IT team that stood up enormous telework capabilities almost overnight, to the workers who clean offices, move furniture, and keep this place running in hundreds of ways. Our architect of the Capitol, Brett Blanton, assumed his role just before the pandemic hit. He never missed a beat. His team tackled cleaning in a way that exceeded industry standards, reconceived the food services, and again physically kept the Capitol functioning. Of course, very special thanks are due to our attending physician, Dr. Brian Monahan, and the entire team that he leads. Believe me, they already had a full-time job caring for the members of Congress and the Supreme Court. We've leaned on Dr. Monahan in countless ways all year long. His expertise and wise counsel have been a credit to the Senate throughout the pandemic. Here in the chamber, I want to thank our cloakroom teams led by Gary Myrick on the Democratic side and Robert Duncan on ours. Duncan had only just stepped into his current role when the crisis began to unfold. He navigated about 10 years' worth of big challenges in his first 10 months in the top job. Thanks to him and his capable deputy, Chris Tuck. Another key group these past months have been our Rules Committee, led by Chairman Blunt and his staff director, Fitzhugh Elder. The committee has run point on coordinating many of the changes, and adaptations that have helped keep this body safe. They've done an outstanding job without enough recognition or thanks. We're grateful to the men and women of the Capitol Police, led by Chief Stephen Sund, who have stood their post even when most of the rest of us have worked remotely. They've stood strong during this pandemic, during protests, both peaceful and otherwise, and during the other daily operations that they handle with courage and professionalism. And across the board, I want to thank all of our Senate staff, both the smaller footprint who have continued physically working at the Capitol and those who kept up their hard work remotely have confronted all kinds of novel challenges. Our institution and our country are grateful to you all. Last but not least, I want to thank my own team. My personal office, led by departing Chief of Staff Bill Maxson, has fought every day for Kentuckians' needs and priorities throughout this crisis. Our state offices, steered by Terry Carmack, kept us connected to our constituents in new ways. My communications director, Robert Stewart, and all their colleagues who staff these operations are invaluable to me and to Kentucky. Here in the Capitol, my leadership staff has given incredible amounts of themselves to me, to our team, and to the Senate the entire year. Remember, this is somehow still the same calendar year that began with an impeachment trial, continued through the CARES Act, other major legislation over the summer, a Supreme Court vacancy and confirmation this fall, and finally the all-out legislative sprint since Thanksgiving. First, my two deputy chiefs of staff. Steph Muckall runs our operations in an incredibly, historically complex time to handle operations. She's worn about 10 different hats all year long, as usual. And Scott Rabb handles policy. He's led his colleagues through a legislative year like no other, from mammoth negotiations and historic rescue packages to our most particular priorities and everything in between. We've all leaned on Scott heavily, and he's been indispensable. Beneath them, within our operation, are a lot of talented folks I'm lucky to have. I want to name them very briefly. My chief counsel, Andrew Ferguson, offers brilliant advice from impeachment to policy to the judiciary. Robert Karam, my defense policy expert, has brought critical institutional leadership as 2020 tested everything from national security to continuity of government. Jane Lee handles her massive portfolio and more besides, with incredible effectiveness and calm under fire, and she sings the best Christmas carols in the office. Terry Van Doren is a policy master who delivers for Kentucky and the country every time. Erica Suarez and Jim Neal, expert liaisons and advisors who keep me connected inside the Senate and beyond. Steve Donaldson, my point man on all things election law during this election year. John Chappies, a seasoned Senate veteran who picked quite the time to join our team and cover economic policy. Jody Wright fights to get good people in good positions with good cheer. Andy Quinn is a master of words and ideas. David Popp heads my press team. He, Doug Andres, Scott Sloopman, and their whole operation keep my message and the Republican conference's message front and center. Sarah Steinberg manages my days, and Alex Jenkins manages my office, both with great humor and greater professionalism. Moon Selfab keeps our technology systems running and our spirits high. I have to mention our healthcare expert, Jen Koskowski, who worked remotely this spring while expecting her baby boy and has been cheering us on while on maternity leave. We can't wait to get her back. And thanks to Grace Graham and Peter Oppenheim, who Senator Alexander generously shared from his Help Committee staff to help us in Jen's absence. Rounding out our leadership team are crack researchers Robert Utze and David Haltman, skilled communicators Dylan Borbeck, Valerie Chicola, Suzanne Youngblood, Emily Hauk, and Catherine Grayson. And our frontline troops, the jack of all trades who keep everybody in line, Victoria Mason, Elise Stebick, and Spencer Abraham. Finally, Mr. President, at the head of this entire team is our fearless leader, our Chief of Staff, Sharon Soderstrom. Everybody on Capitol Hill and everybody in Washington knows that Sharon is one of the smartest, most dedicated, and most effective staff leaders working at any level in any branch of government. She's my first call and my last call on every subject. She was in the leader's office before I was. She supported both Trent Lott and Bill Frist. So I count my blessings on a daily basis that I am lucky, number 3. Sharon carries the weight of the world on her shoulders and not only delivers, but somehow prioritizes lightening everybody else's load while she's at it. A walking master class in leadership. I'm proud of all that we've accomplished for the country in this challenging year, and I couldn't be gladder to be heading into 2021 with these talented professionals at my side. So I thank them, Mr. President. I thank them one and all.
On the nomination, is there sufficient second? There appears to be. And the clerk will call the roll. Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Enzi. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gardner. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Leffler. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Udall. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Gardner, Graham, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, McConnell, Risch, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Casey, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Jones, Kelly, Schatz, Smith, Stabenow, Udall. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Scott, Florida, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Later. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Tester, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden. No. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney. Aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Aye. I think I do.
Also, then it's a Senate amendment for both of them.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul. Aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin. No. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. No. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr. Aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse. No. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Alexander, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Miss Cinema, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays 47. The nomination is confirmed.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Is there objection?
I ask
Without
the Chair to
objection.
lay before the Senate the message to accompany H.R. 133.
The Chair lays before the Senate the following message from the House.
Resolved that the House agree to the amendment of the Senate to the bill H.R. 133 entitled An Act to Promote Economic Partnership and Cooperation between the United States and Mexico with an amendment to the Senate amendment.
I move to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 133.
The motion is pending.
I ask unanimous consent there be 60 minutes of debate equally divided between the leaders or their designees, and that following the use or yielding back of that time, the Senate vote on the motion to concur without further motions or amendments in order, and that 60 affirmative votes be required to adopt the motion to concur.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, North Dakota is an energy powerhouse, and our lignite producers work around the clock to ensure homes and businesses in the Midwest have affordable and reliable access to power when it's needed most. But the PTC, the Wind Production Tax Credit, is creating artificially low prices in markets for power generation. Qualified wind projects are receiving up to 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour from the taxpayer. These subsidies distort the market and are forcing out the critical coal-fired baseload generation we need to keep the lights on. Since Congress established a wind production tax credit in 1992, wind power has been able to transition from an emerging technology to a multi-billion-dollar industry that is clearly commercially viable. That's why we worked on a bipartisan agreement in 2015 to phase down and sunset the wind tax credit at the end of 2019. We had an agreement to do the phase out, and the wind industry agreed to it. I worked with Senator Thune and AWEA, the American Wind Energy Association, and others to do it. And they agreed. We had an agreement. That's why we are opposed to extending the PTC and offer an amendment to strike it. We saw what happened in California over the summer, and we can't afford to have blackouts and brownouts during the coldest of winter weather months. We instead must strengthen grid resiliency and reliability by keeping diverse sources of generation available at all times, including when the wind isn't blowing or the sun isn't shining. That means baseload. Instead of extending the production tax credit, we should be working on making technologies like carbon capture and sequestration commercially viable. The American Wind Energy Association states on its website that, quote, growth in the wind industry is expected to remain strong when the PTC is fully phased out. Why then are we considering another extension of this credit when the leading trade association expects to see strong growth for the wind industry without the credit? We need to bring back a level playing field for competition in our electricity markets and reverse the trend of taxpayers continuing to subsidize a mature, multi-billion-dollar wind industry. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and ensure that the wind production tax credit sunsets. And with that, I'd like to ask for some words from my co-sponsor on the amendment, Senator Kramer.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to join my colleague, Senator Hoeven, in offering this amendment and urging our colleagues to support the amendment to strip the wind production tax credit from this massive bill. Mr. President, I feel like I'm living in an episode of The Twilight Zone, and I wish I could say that I'm surprised, but I'm not. Because here we go again. Despite numerous requests and appeals and deals with the leader and the chairman of the Finance Committee to not jam this body with a 13th extension of the wind production tax credit, here we are with another one in front of us. Since the credit's inception in 1992, and for a lot of those years I was a utility regulator, it has always been promised that it would be temporary and would expire. Last year we got jammed at the last minute with another extension. And rightly, the people back home are really, really upset with us. And it didn't sit very well with me either. That's why in April of this year, I led a letter to Leader McConnell with colleagues from West Virginia, Wyoming, and Georgia, saying it was time to finally level the playing field and get rid of this market-distorting atrocity. In July, I led another letter to Chairman Grassley with even more colleagues from West Virginia, Wyoming, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Pennsylvania with the same message: let this credit expire. Yet here we are again. The requests have fallen on deaf ears, and we've simply been given another bitter pill to swallow with the extension today. Some in this town have pointed to an extension in carbon sequestration credits like 45Q and 48A as if they were in equal trade. They're not. Despite years of pleading, the Treasury Department, yes, this Treasury Department, still has not finalized regulations. So an extension of 45Q is moot if there's no way to actually monetize the credit. Of equal importance, financial investors have said if renewable credits are extended, they will absorb whatever tax appetite exists because they're predictable. And those deals have been done many times. And just to reiterate, they can't even utilize 45Q because Treasury hasn't finished the regulations 3 years after Congress expanded the credit. More to the point, while there are some great proposed carbon sequestration projects planned in North Dakota, their benefit is targeted, while in contrast, hundreds of miners and local communities they built are being hurt by the extension of the production tax credit. I strongly support carbon sequester projects, but to assume that the potential benefits of 45Q or 48A are equal to the unilateral harm of the wind credit is disingenuous at best. And I've heard from utilities who actually use the wind PTC, but they said they don't need it because the market is so awash with wind credits they can't even monetize them. It's completely upside down. In fact, the PTC credits are actually taking money away from other clean energy projects like nuclear, clean coal, taking emissions-free energy right off the grid. Just a few days ago, Politico said this: the simplest option for tax extenders would be to let all 33 that are scheduled to expire at the end of the year to be renewed. I have a simpler plan. Let them all expire. K Street wouldn't like it, but it'd be one less section in this giant package. So, Mr. President, one final point. In all my time in Congress, and that's been 8 years now, the wind production tax credit has never been extended through regular order or an open discussion or even hearings. Despite our objections or promises from the wind industry that it should expire, in the 11th hour with the government shutdown looming, it gets dropped into the members' laps. That alone should be a red flag that the only time it has enough chance to pass is when it rides the coattails of our national defense and the government operations. It's shameful, Mr. President, and I support the amendment from Senator Hoeven, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Let the wind PTC expire. I yield my time.
Mr. President, I thank my colleague, Senator Kramer, and turn to my colleague, Senator Langford.
Mr. President,
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, I'll be brief. My staff did what many of us did today. We spent the day digging through a 5,600-page bill, trying to find out what's in it. We broke it up into hundreds of pages of chunks and separated among our staff and just started reading through it as quickly as we could, trying to be able to pull out the details. We found a lot of things that we really like. We found a few surprises as well. So help us, we found right in the middle of the document on tax policy a zombie, the wind production tax credit, something that we had heard had died. In fact, something that we had heard died 2 years ago. In fact, something that we had heard died 6 years ago when all of us agreed it should die. In fact, the plan was take it down a little bit each and every year until it finally got to zero. The problem was when it got to zero, some lobbyists helped somebody get it back in last year, and it suddenly, after going to zero, reappeared. And then, so help me, it reappeared again. So this temporary credit that distorts the market, that literally changes the prices and all of our energy, whether that be oil or gas or coal or solar or hydroelectric or nuclear, it gives a special perk to one, and all of the rest of them get furious, but for whatever reason, this simple credit can't seem to go away. When we agree to something, we should probably stick to it. And we agreed years ago to phase this out. But yet this zombie keeps reappearing and walking the halls of the Senate. Our simple challenge is this. Let's put this zombie in the daylight. Let's have the real argument over it and determine, is this distorting the energy market for everybody else, including all of our renewables? Is it something we need to keep? Now, I live in Oklahoma, and if you know our song, you know the wind comes sweeping down the plains. We have been called the Saudi Arabia of wind power. I promise you can't drive very far in Oklahoma without seeing a field of windmills. We've got lots of wind power, and we think it's a great energy source. But it's a mature energy source, and it does not need the wind production tax credit. So let's sunset it. With that, I'd yield.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank my colleague, Senator Langford. Also, we'd like to thank Senator Lamar Alexander, Senator Barrasso, others that support this legislation. And with that, I ask unanimous consent that our motion to concur with the amendment, which is at the desk, be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object, Mr. President.
The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President and colleagues, I am going to be brief. And I just want to give the Senate a sense of where we are with respect to this renewable energy issue. In front of us now is a bipartisan agreement to extend a variety of approaches that are going to allow us to promote greener energy that reduces carbon emissions. And when I talk to colleagues on both sides of the aisle, there's enormous support for that, enormous support for the effort to reduce carbon emissions. Now, I can look around this chamber, and I can see colleagues starting over in that corner with Senator Heinrich, who has worked for years on renewable energy, and literally go around the chamber and point out colleagues who have worked with me and others on the renewable energy provisions that are part of this bipartisan agreement. This includes not just the credits for wind, but solar and renewable energy. And I would submit this is the best approach to what we have today, which is a need to make sure that critical investments are not missed out on now. Now, for the future, we do have a plan, and that is to have a technology-neutral approach that would avoid picking winners and losers and basically taking this mess of a tax code with more than 40 separate energy provisions, throwing it in the trash, and saying we're going to focus on one thing, reducing carbon emissions. We aren't there today. That's what this issue is all about. But what is here today is climate change. And that is why it is so important that we pass the legislation that is in the bill and reject this amendment. So with that, I want to say to my colleagues from North Dakota, I remember enjoying going to North Dakota for the sponsor of this amendment. I will tell you, if you're over 6 feet tall, make sure you exercise before you go to North Dakota, because you will be in the smallest airline seat in the history of aviation. But John Hoeven is a very good and caring man. I'm looking forward to working with him on these issues in the future. And, Mr. President, with that, I would object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from North Dakota.
I would ask my colleague from Oregon, and I did have him in North Dakota. We had a great time, and I appreciate him coming out to see the energy we produce in our great state. And I would ask the gentleman for his help on carbon capture technologies. We've put funding in place to advance those carbon capture technologies, and I ask for his help and his colleagues' help in that endeavor.
I would just say to my colleague, I'm always interested in working with him for the future. I would just say that the focus after we pass this bill, and particularly these important provisions which are going to meet immediate needs, let's just set as our lodestar reducing carbon emissions. You and I served on the Energy Committee together. That's an approach that brings together Republicans and Democrats. And with that, Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President,
Senator from North
I thank
Dakota.
my co-sponsors on this amendment, and our efforts will continue. With that, I yield the floor.
I'd note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
would have order in the Senate? Mr. President,
Senators will please take their conversations off the floor. The Majority Leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I ask the chair to lay before the Senate the message to accompany H.R. 1520.
The chair lays before the Senate the following message from the House.
Resolved that the House agree to the amendment of the Senate to the bill H.R. 1520 entitled An Act to Amend the Public Health Service Act to provide for the publication of a list of licensed biological products and for other purposes with an amendment to the Senate amendment.
I move to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment, and I know of no further debate on the motion.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion to concur is agreed to.
I ask unanimous consent the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H-Con Res 128, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
House Concurrent Resolution 128, directing the Clerk of the House of Representatives to make a correction in the enrollment of H.R. 1520.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without an objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to. The motion be to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered. Majority Leader.
Not all time be yielded back.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The question is on the motion to concur. The yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Leffler, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey. Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blumenthal, Bozeman, Brown, Burr, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Feinstein, Fisher, Gardner, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Jones, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Lankford, Leahy, Loeffler, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Moran, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Portman, Reed, Risch, Roberts, Romney, Rosen, Rubio, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Shelby, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Sullivan, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Wicker, Wyden, Young. Mr. Blunt, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Johnson, Lee, Hall, Scott of Florida. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Harris, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Udall, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. What's that? Mr. Purdue, aye.
So yeah, 5, because we have to do.
Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun. Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Sass, aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to vote or wishing to change their vote? If not in this vote, the yeas are 91, the nays are 7. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the motion to concur is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from South Dakota.
I ask unanimous consent that the senior senator from South Dakota, the senior senator from Kansas, and the senior senator from Missouri be authorized to sign duly enrolled bills or joint resolutions from December 21st, 2020 through January 3rd, 2021.
Without objection.
I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 774.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 774, honoring the United Nations World Food Program on the occasion of being awarded the 2020 Nobel Peace Prize.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the Bozeman amendment to the resolution be considered and agreed to. The resolution as amended be agreed to. The Bozeman amendment to the preamble be agreed to. The preamble as amended be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Foreign Relations be discharged from further consideration of S-Res 682 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 682, recognizing the devastating explosion that rocked the port of Beirut on August 4, 2020, and expressing solidarity with the Lebanese people.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate.
If there's no further debate, the question is on the resolution. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution is agreed to.
I further ask that the preamble be agreed to and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.